Good morning. I know it's a little bit of a later start than usual, but we got here, alright? it was just the unfortunate human error of waking up a little later than I usually do. It's why my hair's still kind of there as well. Oh, not that really bothers me, but still. But we are back. We are with Case 5 of Trials and Tribulations. The final case of the final game of the original trilogy. And the most significant one. That said, there's a lot of loose ends. More so with this game, but there are a few across the series. That this case goes out of its way to tie up. They wanted this to be like a real finale piece of its own merit. And while that is getting set up, I need to load up the guide. Shisheshito. The treasured Korean village heirloom whose name means 7 branched swords. It is a sword that this sacred sword... It is said that this sacred sword represents... I didn't catch that. Hell itself, I think. Through the branches may appear to be infinite. The choice is limitless. Like our destinies, the sword comes to but one end, one merciless point. And when the silver cord, the fragile thread that binds us to the world, is severed, the illusion is revealed, and the implicity of fate is finally laid bare. Yeah, there was build-up. There was build-up and expectation with this case. February the 6th, 9:48 AM. Hey, Nick. Yeah, what is it? You know how I've got spiritual powers, unlike you? Sure. You are a spirit medium, after all. But just like you, if I don't keep my powers sharp, they get dull, right? I guess so, yeah. Glad you agree. Okay, Pearly, you're up. Pearls? So, that's why we need to go on a special spiritual hotspot tour, Mr. Nick. Huh? I'm lost. What's this magazine you're shoving in my face? Oh, it's the New Year's issue of Occult Winter Spiritual Location Special. Oh, Pearls looks so happy. Maximize your spiritual powers with just one night of intensive training. Oh, it sounds too good to be true. I'll say. Sounds more like a scam to me. It's at a spiritual retreat called Hazakura Temple. It's way up in the mountains, and I bet it's nice and cold, just perfect for training. No, I definitely don't want to go. You know, I think I've heard of this temple before. It's a famous channeling dojo. It's hard for even real spirit mediums like us to make reservations up there. Reservations? For a temple? You serious? Don't worry, I've already made special reservations just for us. Yeah, and I signed up for the special course. That's nice. Back on the water. And the timing couldn't be better. I'll put it on the floor. It's like slightly, I had it slightly to the side. I've got a bigger bottle today. I don't know if you'll be able to really see it, but it's thicker than my usual one. Just because I know this stream could end up being a long one. Since we don't have a case right now anyway. Oh, alrighty then, it's settled. Well, come on, don't just stand there. Start packing your stuff. Yeah, Mr. Nick, you better start packing your stuff. Huh? Me? Why do I have to go? Well, we have to be accompanied by someone over 20 years old. Hey, I don't know anything to do with spirit powers. The only thing I can channel is a TV. I was gonna say 19, 9. Yeah, it makes sense. And these two are always just on the list of names, apparently. So, is there a heated pool at this Hasakura Temple? No, but you can stand under a freezing waterfall. Sorry, but I think I'll pass. I hate cold places. What? No way! How can you be so selfish? Come on, Mr. Nick, look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful? Nope, not going. I'm gonna be nice and toasty at home. What the? What is it, Mr. Nick? Let me see that magazine. This nun. Is she a friend of yours or something, Nick? This girl. It's... My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. Honestly, how could any woman ever count on you for anything? You disgust me. But it can't be. She was found guilty and should be in prison. Mr. Nick? I'll go. Huh? Hazakura Temple? I said I'll go. Yay! Isn't that great, Pearly? Yeah, oh, thank you, Mr. Nick. You do anything for Mystic Maya, right? Even walk over burning coals, right? Dahlia Hawthorne. I knew there was no way she could possibly be at that temple. But I just had to see for myself just who this nun really was. February the 7th, 3:24 PM. Hazakura Temple, main gate. It's so cold here, Nick. Maybe you should put on something warmer for a change. Well, it's supposed to be cold. It's training. Achoo! Her teeth are chattering so loudly, it's all I can do to make out what she's saying. Well, Mystic Maya, so this is the famous Hasakura Temple. Pearly, achoo! Well. Nice to see you here. Welcome to our temple. Oh, thank you. Achoo! Oh, my. Thank you for coming all this way. Come now. You must have been cold. What's with the past tense? We're freezing inhuman popsicles as we speak. Well, we are high up in the mountains after all. In any case, we shouldn't speak here. Please follow me inside. Thank you. I was starting to think I'd pass. Oh, yes. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am the head nun here at the temple. My name is Bikini. Bikini? That's right. Actually, that's my temple name. What do you think? It's a tradition to have one, and I wanted something that had a nice image to it. So I thought, why not choose a bikini? Besides, it makes me seem younger. Certainly does. Oh, I signed up for your special course? Well, my. Quite brave of you, considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Reckless? Wahaha? Maybe you should take it easy tonight, Mystic Maya. You can come back another day. But you went through all the trouble to get reservations. Yes, that's right. You come all this way, so please enjoy yourselves. There's still time before supper. Why don't you have a look around? Talk to Bikini. So what's a channeling dojo anyway? Oh my. You don't even know that. Forgive him, sister, for he knows not what he is saying. Well, just call me Bikini and forget that sister part. A channeling dojo is basically a spiritual power training ground. We have special holy items prepared here to help people boost their spiritual power. Holy items? If you train an entire evening surrounded by these items, it's quite mysterious. The spiritual powers of these items seems to envelop you. Wow, she must have just gotten off the trolley from the land of make-believe. So what exactly is the special course? You must be incredibly devoted to be interested in that at such a young age. It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant a spell 30,000 times, all while being showered in freezing cold spirit water. It's February now, right? You have to be careful this time of year. If you don't watch it, you'll catch pneumonia or maybe even die of hypothermia. So be careful, yeah? How am I supposed to be careful? Oh no, I knew I shouldn't have signed Mystic Maya up for this. Sister, about this picture. Well, look at that. I must say I look rather divine here, don't you think? Yeah, unforgettable in every way. You mean it? Oh, I knew it. The makeup was pretty tough, but Iris helped me out. Iris? The cute little girl in the photo. She looks just like me, doesn't she? We're just a small temple here, so she and I run the entire place. Really? That kind of sounds like fun. Sorry to cut in, but this Iris, where is she right now? Oh, just listen to you. You haven't come all the way up here just to find a girlfriend, have you? Meh. No. That's not what I had in mind at all. Anyway, Iris is in the inner temple preparing for this evening. Inner temple? Yes, that's right. Iris will be back this evening. Why don't you go and have a look at the main hall for now? So she's in the inner temple, huh? Is that where we're heading? I have to go to the training hall first. Oh no, we do go to the main hall. Suspension bridge. The bridge from the last case? Uh oh. Wrong there. February the 7th. Hazakura Temple. The main hall. I think it's even colder in here, too. Oh, Mr. Nick, do you smell that? It smells like meat and gravy. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's pot roast for tonight. Yum. Weird. I thought they would serve something a little more, well, traditional. What are you talking about, Nick? You think monks and nuns just sit around eating rice gruel all the time? Mr. Meyer's right. Oh, I hope there's mashed potatoes too. I love mashed potatoes. What a cute little acolyte. Greetings to all of you. Oh, hello. Oh, this lady makes Maya look like a 6.8 out of 10 on the weirdness scale. Your outfit. Did you come here for the special course too? Unfortunately, no. Actually, I'm... You're Miss Elise, Junim. Yes, that's right. You know of me? My name is Polfei. I'm your biggest fan. Who is she, Nick? I see it now. Oh, Zavari, a fortune teller. Don't adopt that from that guy. I've got all your books, Mr. Dusenham. Oh, what a sweet thing to say. And please, call me Elise. Books? Mr. Nick, don't you know anything? Don't you even know who this is? Well, an author, maybe. Yes, and an illustrator of picture books. Picture books, huh? Oh, now I get it. I'm sorry I didn't know who you are. I don't get a lot of chances to really enjoy picture books. It's alright, I take no offense to that. My books are nothing but simple stories for children. And really beautiful pictures too, Miss Elise. Your books always make me feel as if my heart has been purified. It makes me feel very happy to hear you say that. I do have to admit, she certainly seems like a kind, sensitive lady. Miss Elise won a reward last year for her book, The Magic Bottle. Yeah, a friend of mine secretly submitted a story I had written to a publisher. They liked it so much they asked if it was alright to make it into a book. Wow, it must have been a really great story. Maybe I should try and write a children's book too. If I do, you can secretly send it to a publisher for me, Nick. Recently, I've accepted a sort of apprentice, you might say. An apprentice? He calls himself Lawrence, Lawrence Dusenham. I believe he's off doing some landscape sketches now. On Lawrence's behalf as well, I'd like to thank you for your support. Of course, Mr. Elise, anything for you. Why did you come to Hazakura Temple, Miss Elise? Are you here to do some spiritual training? No, that's not it. I'm actually here to gather materials for a new book I'm working on. Wow! I can't wait to read it! I was completely taken with her. I wanted to do a book with a more Japanese feel to it this time. So is that why you're dressed like you are? The children have a certain image of me in their minds. I don't want to disappoint them. What can I say? She's really a sweet lady. Wow, Miss Elise, you're dressed up like a mountain nun. Yes, the good people here were kind enough to let me borrow this. I'm wearing training clothes underneath my robe as well. I want a staff like that. You like the crystal sphere? It's real, amethyst, you know. Maybe we'll find one like that up here on this mountain. Good luck, Nick. I know you'll find me one. Well, you have to excuse me now. I have to go help with the dinner preparations. Wow, you mean you're cooking dinner tonight? That's right. Would you like to help too, Pearl? Yes, I want to help with whatever I can. Pearl looks like she's just won the lottery. Oh, I'll help too then. No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. Feel free to relax and explore the area with your friend. Huh? But... Oh? Yes, please take this. I think it will be of help to you. Oh, jeez, it is. You can see reading from the map. It's the same bridge from the last case, the link. It's a map of the area. We wouldn't want you to get lost now, would we? The inner temple. There it is, on the other side of the bridge. Well, if you insist, I guess we'll take this chance to go check out the other temple. Okay, I'll see you two later then. Remember, you're not allowed to fight. Come on, Nick. Let's go. At least we'll stay warm if we keep moving. Main gate. Huh? Where did Sister Bikini go? I guess she went to the inner temple to go help out that other nun. Oh, right. I think her name was Iris? Yeah, that was it. I want to find out who Iris really is, but I'm scared of what I'll find. Yep, it's the bridge, the dusky bridge. It's complete. The lake underneath's frozen over. Wow. Wow, look at this broken down old bridge, Nick. Yeah. And look at the big canyon below us. Hey, there's a river down there. It looks like it's flowing real fast. Oh no, it's not frozen. What's wrong, Nick? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm just not very good with heights. Oh. Hey, I've got it. Maybe you should face your fear and try hurling yourself off the edge. You know, 1, 2, 3, jump! It might be just what you need to get over your fear of heights. Yeah, death is a real good way to overcome phobias, alright. Anyway, it sure looks like a rickety bridge. Can't argue there. That's probably why it's called Dusty Bridge. Read it again, Maya. It says Dusky Bridge. Well, it's practically the same thing. No, it's not! Dusty and Dusky are not the same thing, Maya. What? Anyway, the inner temple is just up ahead, right? So let's go and check it out. Why isn't there another way across? Jeez, it's all... But that's not the only dead air. Everything else is something that can be scanned. Wow. Anyway. Main temple gate. February 7th, inner temple gate. Whoa. That bridge was shaking like jello in an earthquake. Ugh. At least half of the wood on the rickety bridge was rotting, I bet. Not to mention the last part only had like one board left on it. What's wrong with you? Your face is all green. Can you not pick on me for a second? I'm still trying to get over the shock that we made it safely across that death trap. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit surprised too. Yikes, that temple is in a bad shape. It looks like it could collapse at any time. I guess people don't use it too often. Is this really where you're going to train tonight? That has to be it. It's kind of creepy around here. Like a ghost might jump out you at or something. Spirit medium afraid of ghosts. Isn't that ironic, don't you think? We keep moving into the training hall. Oh geez, this looks like a happy, safe place. The inner temple training hall. Man, look at this place. Just a tiny freezing cold room. This is where you'll both be training, huh? Huh? What do you mean both? I'm the only one. Really? But I thought... Pearlie's just a little kid. She couldn't handle this kind of intense training. So there's the girl who I can barely hear over her teeth chattering. Anyway, the real training room must be behind that door over there. Yep, definitely getting the feeling it's back there. I mean, I can sense that there's something supernatural about the cavern behind that door. Excuse me, but who are you? Ah! You're... Hi there! We're just looking around since we're going to be staying here tonight. Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's nothing. I wonder why she spaced out like that. Don't you, Nick? Did you say something, Maya? Yeah. Not you too, Nick. My name is Iris. I'm one of the nuns here at this temple. I'm Maya Fey. It's a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Oh, please excuse me. I have some chores to attend to. She sure is beautiful. And a bit spacey, I guess. I guess she's just not used to talking with us urban sophisticates like us. Nick? That girl. It can't be, but... Summon the scroll on the wall. Hang the scroll. Look, is that all? Ah! Ah! What is it? Why did you scream like that? This scroll. It's my mother. What? It's Misty Fey, the master of the Korean School of Channeling. Are you sure? Yeah. That crest at the top of the scroll, that's the special mark of the master of our tradition. So that's what the mark means. What is it? Nothing. It's just that I last saw her over 15 years ago. You were like 4. Jeez. If it wasn't for that crest, I wouldn't have even known it was her. My own mother. And I can't even recognize her face. Maya. Move back to the bridge. We managed to make it across Dusty Bridge. Nick, you look green. Are you feeling alright? Hey, what's wrong with you? Ever since we met Sister Iris at the training hall, you've been really quiet. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, you, wait up. Uh-oh. You think he's yelling at us? You must be. There's no one else around. Would you mind moving? You're standing right in my way. Oh, jeez. Ah! Hey, I know you. You're... Whoa, sorry, gotta run. See ya. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Lawrence Dennison. Liar, you're Larry. Your clothes may change, but you're still the butt. Shut up. I'm Lawrence. And I'm just here to do a sketch at Dusky Bridge. So it's really our Larry. Not that I get why he's pretending to be someone else. I present Iris to him. Oh yeah, her, my little Iris. She's really pretty. This girl, she's perfect. She's exactly my type. I wonder if she would model for me. I want to draw a portrait of her. Yeah, you always liked those model types, didn't you, Larry? Hey, wait a sec. Didn't you say you were swearing off women? Huh? Yeah, that's right. Of course I have. I have basically, but Iris is different. I feel like I still have one chance left at the dream. This guy will never change. So what are you doing with that last name, Denisim? Well, I wanted to start over again with a clean slate. A clean slate? You remember, don't you? Last time? The Master Mask case? After that, I started to realize I didn't like this guy known as Larry Buds. And that's when I came across it, the Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny? Do you mean the Magic Bottle by Miss, Elise Dunisium? It's so beautiful, so moving, so gentle. My heart felt cleansed. I was saved. Maybe I should buy a copy of this magic bottle. Wow, Larry would make a great book salesman. I really want to get that book now too. She's the most wonderful person I've ever met. I'd follow her anywhere. Well, she certainly is a very elegant lady. You see, here's a photo I took of her in secret. In secret? She's looking straight at the camera. Wow, that's a beautiful photo. She looks like a black mage. Like she's like straight out of Final Fantasy. Like she's about to cast Firegar at me. Actually, I'll tell you what she reminds me of, actually. Final Fantasy 9, Dagger's white mage thing that she wears at the start of the game, that but in black. That's what it reminds me of. You want a copy, don't you? It's okay, I just happen to have made extra prints. Picture books. Still, it's kind of hard to imagine you as a picture book illustrator. To tell the truth, you must have some kind of ulterior motive, right? What are you talking about? I don't trust anyone anymore, especially not women. Hey, talk about a bad case of denial. Anyway, can you even draw well enough to make a picture book? Art isn't only about technical skill, you know, it's also about having a pure heart. And that's why I'm asking, can you draw well enough to make the whole book? Now that you mention it, I wonder. Looks like you still have some doubt in your heart. It's true, I do. But when I first saw her, I felt it. Something inside me ended and something else began. Oh, Larry, it sounds like you've fallen in love with this Miss Elise Unison. No, you're wrong. It's not her, it's the other girl. Other girl? Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. Everyone! Hey, Pearly! Dinner preparations are complete. Please come quickly to the main hall. Alright, I can't wait to dig in, Pearly. I'm going to go to the inner temple and call Sister Iris. I also want to have a look at where Mystic Maya is going to be training. Boy, am I stuffed. You sure it's alright to eat that much before your training? Well, this kind of training is a battle of endurance. Mystic Maya, please don't do anything that might put your health at risk. Oh, no pain, no gain, I guess. I'm still worried about you. Well, let's not dilly-dally shilly-shally. You must get ready for tonight. Good luck, Maya. Oh, right, here I go. I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Iris, please ring the bell at 10 for lights out, alright? Yes, Sister Bikini. And then, after you ring the bell, I want you to come join us at the training hall. I understand, Sister Bikini. Maya and Bikini really seem excited about this training thing tonight. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Ah, I'd love to. Pearl is absolutely smitten with Miss Udisim. Hey, John. So, Larry, what are you going to do? Huh? Me? Well, I'm just gonna hang out in my room. I can't stand the cold at all. Totally hear you there. Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Oh, okay. And what about this word? That's another tough one. It says roast. What kind of book is she reading anyway? Well, I'm gonna go wash the dishes and help clean up. I'll visit you when I'm done, Miss Elise. Well, not much to do except head to my room and huddle under the covers, I guess. "12 p.m. at the temple main hall. It's a whole different type of cold up here in the mountains. Why couldn't the nearest bathroom just be a little closer to my room? Mr. Wright? Ah! Oh, Miss Juicenim. Are you going to use the bathroom too? No, but have you seen Pearl? No, not since after dinner. I thought she said she was going straight to your room. I know, but she never showed up. I'm going to go look for her, excuse me. Miss Elise Juicenim, a woman as mysterious in origin as her last name. But the really mysterious one is... Oh! Ah! Sister Iris. Good evening. The really mysterious one is this girl. Are you on your way to the bathroom too, Mr. Wright? I can't let this chance pass me by. I should try to talk with her and maybe get some answers. Yeah, doesn't she look strikingly familiar? Just talk to her about everything. Your sister Iris, right? Yes. So, when did you come to Hazakura Temple? I don't remember. Ever since I was a small child, the temple has been my home. So you've never left? Well, I don't have any family left to take care of me. Sister Bikini, I've come to think of her as my real mother, as it were. Oh, I see. But didn't you go to college? And maybe enroll in the Ivy University Literature Department? No, never had an interest in going to a big university like that. My training is all the education I need. I see. But once in a while, when I get the chance, I make a trip to the nearby town. I can use a computer and a cell phone too. That's not exactly something worth bragging about. But I don't see any psych locks. So I guess that means she's not lying. Yeah, as much as it really looks like it, this isn't Dahlia. But please don't stare at me like that. What kind of place is this anyway? I heard it's for training to increase your spiritual power or something like that. It must seem awfully crazy to normal people like you. Well, I have to admit it is a whole different world up here. I'm glad to hear you say that. Huh? Talking with dead people, does it help anyway? I hate it. Really? So then why stay in a place like this? Is something wrong? I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go and ring the bell for lights out. I guess it's almost 10 now, huh? Mr. Wright? Yeah? If it's alright with you, I would like you to have this. This is your hood. It has the power to protect you from evil spirits. Come to think of it, Sister Bikini was wearing one of these too. I pray for your safety on this dark, cold night. I'm sorry, but I must bid you good night. Wait a minute, Sister Iris. Yes? Just now, you called me by my name. You said Mr. Wright. How did you know my name? I never introduced myself to you. That's... Sister Iris, please, tell me the truth. You and I. Have we ever met before? Oh shit. Iris? Oh, it's almost 10. Perhaps we can speak again tomorrow. Gong. 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 Damn, okay. So my hunch was correct. She does know me. I'll have to try and talk with her again tomorrow. Ah! What the? A blood-curdling scream came from the courtyard. February 7th, 11:06 PM, Hazakura Temple courtyard. A scream. I'm sure it came from around here. Ah! Someone's there on the ground. Miss Juicinin! Just step on something soft. Hey, don't step on my tummy like that! What are you doing lying there on the snow? I was passed out, what do you think? That blood-curdling scream was you. Forget about that, hurry up and call the police. So you have a phone in the main hall? No, but we have to get reception. But we can still get reception up here in the mountains. You must have a cell phone on you, right? I didn't bring it with me. Oh, you're useless. I mean, even Iris has a cell phone. You got no choice. You have to use the public phone on Dusty Bridge. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Run as fast as you can. Yes, ma'am. If you don't hurry, Iris will. It's farther than I thought. Fish is just up ahead. I have to go tell Maya what happened too. Ah! Dusty Bridge. It's burning down. What the heck happened? What are you doing here? Ah! Huh? What is it? Is it me? Don't scare me like that, Larry. I almost had a heart attack. My name isn't Larry. It's Lawrence. Larry, hurry up and call the police. I'm going to the inner temple. Don't be stupid. The bridge is nothing but a burning wreck right now. Listen to me. There's been a murder here at Hazakura Temple. What? The murderer might have fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya is safe. But... Please, call the police. I've got to go. Get out of my way, Larry. It's too dangerous. Nick, wait! It must have been crazy. I knew how dangerous it was, but still I went for it. Crack. Nick! Weakened even more by the fire, the rickety old bridge's plank snapped and gave way, and I was swallowed by the eternal darkness that surrounded me. A final terrified scream rose up from the frozen air of that harrowing night. Case 5 goes places. Case 5's kind of fucking crazy. To the point they split the investigation into 2 stages. Like part 1 of the investigation. Yeah, this is going to be a very long case, by the way. Date, time, location. At this time of night. Yes, Edgeworth speaking. Edgy, get up! It's an emergency! Huh? Larry? Do you know what time it is? It's not Larry, it's Lawrence! Lawrence Dusenham! This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Wait, don't hang up! It's an emergency! It's Nick! He took a really nasty spill! Well, it wouldn't be the first time, so... I'm not joking, his life is in danger! What? What happened? Tell me. Talk about a guy with bad luck. He may be already dead. Anyway, you've got to come back. You're the only one who can help. My Iris, my beautiful Iris, she needs help. Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm at the detention center, please hurry. It's been 1 year since I left that country. I thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it won't be a pretty reunion, as if I expected anything to change. Do you know what the real fun of this case is? You play as Edgeworth for a bit in this. 2:19 PM, Detention Center's visitors room. You're late, Edgy. What took you so long? I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet to come as quickly as I could. Well, you should have chartered a faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something happened to Miss... what? Huh? Say something, Edgy. Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. The murder victim was the picture book author Miss Elise Dusenham. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. Then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. Yeah, that's right. You got it. But they arrested her. My sweet little Iris. And here I was convinced he was the one the police had arrested. However, I still don't understand what these 2 items are for. What are you talking about? They're things Wright gave to me when I was leaving his room. So this is the first. I'm gonna treat you some spirit tricks, Edgeworth. He said some nonsense about being able to see in people's hearts with this. And the other, he could possibly ask me what I think he is, could he? To be Iris's defense. I'm begging you, Iris's trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out of the picture, you have all I got left. You're the only one that can represent her. What did you just say? You know, represent, defend, what were you expecting? Why do you think I called you anyway? I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor? Do you understand what I'm saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer. Oh, don't talk to me like a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know. Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell. But I mean, I heard the paper badge had no problem fooling an entire court before. How could this country's judicial system have fallen into such decay? With all these locks in the air. Yeah, if you... Yeah, can you imagine it? Like Phoenix didn't really explain the detail. He just threw it at me. Like, you can see spirit locks, don't worry about it. And like, then Edgeworth goes, what are you talking about? Later on. Hi, what secrets do you know about this case? And everyone's just like, ah! Please, Edgy. At least listen to her. Listen to Iris' side of the story. So Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all. Thank you for coming. My name is Iris. Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. God, they need to port the investigation games. Ah. Seriously, the 2 investigation games, you play as Miles Edgeworth in both of them, and it's like, the first one wasn't brilliant, it was only okay. But the second one, the one that never left Japan, so you can only play fan translation of it, like a fan translation of it, it's like the most beloved Phoenix Wright game next to this one. Genuinely. I don't know if I can be of any help, but I would at least hear what you have to say about the murder. Mr. Wright, How is he? Mr. Lawrence said that he might even die. Fortunately, he will be fine. Clara, you moron, how could you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed. Thank goodness. But he caught some kind of nasty cold. A cold? He's running a high fever and is drifting in and out of consciousness. I must be imagining things. This woman, I feel like I've met her before. Yeah, your very first case that you ever did. Why hasn't it been ported yet? I honestly don't know, dude. It's not like with the Great Ace Attorney games, the reason why they took forever to leave Japan is that the copyright surrounding Sherlock Holmes is very different in the West than how it is in the East. And there's a character called Sherlock Holmes in the Great Ace Attorney, so they just couldn't release him in the West. Do you know what they did in the end? Slightly changed his name. His name is Herlock Sholmes in the Western version, and that was all they needed to do. The investigation games, literally no excuse. The second one's just never left Japan for some reason. It was a Nintendo DS title, where as the name implies, the investigation games are less focused on like courtroom and more about like actual detective work, investigating scenes of the crime, trying to get to the bottom of mysteries in the scenes instead of actually taking it to a courtroom sort of thing. And they're just a really nice different take on the franchise. But a lot of characters, and I've mentioned it before, a lot of side characters never come back after this game in the main series. Gumshoe's done after this game. He doesn't show up again. Maya kind of vanishes until like the sixth game. Wendy Oldbag's gone forever. Like there's a lot of side characters that just vanish. They all go to investigations. So for a lot of people who like, especially people that like, had like, I forgot what the right term for it is, but like a very like personal, like the comfort characters, that's what I was looking for, are the main cast of the original trilogy. A lot of them transitioned to investigations instead of Apollo Justice, the fourth game, because all the characters they knew and loved went to investigations instead of the main series. And so the fact that, yeah, Gumshoe's gone after this game, he only shows up in investigations. They mention him every now and then, but he never shows up again after this game. They literally, if you've never played the Phoenix Wright series, the reason is because there's I think it's 6 or 7 year time jump between this game and the next one, and which is why it's called Apollo Justice, because you play as a kid called Apollo in that game instead. And in the fifth game, Dual Destinies, that's when Phoenix Wright comes back and becomes a mainstay character again, alongside the other newcomer Athena. So so because of the time jump, a lot of characters kind of got shuffled out, and they replaced them with new ones that kind of resemble like Apollo Saga, if that makes sense. And so someone just never showed up. Said Maya doesn't show up again until the sixth goddamn game after this one. And you know, it's Maya. Gumshoe's gone forever. He's still not back in the main series. But all of them got shuffled into the investigation spin-offs. So for people who felt like, who I said had these characters as like comfort characters, they felt like investigations was the next logical step. So the fact that only the first one made it out of Japan, the second one never did, it felt like a real like kicker. It felt like a kick to the shins for a lot of people that were attached to those characters. It's the same reason why the plays that you can watch in English subtitled on YouTube, the plays tend to do really well, because once again, it's got Gumshoe, it's got Maya, it's got all these familiar characters, so those comfort characters are all there, so people watched it as like a continuation of what they had like close to their heart when they were younger, you know? Anyway, this woman, I feel like I've met her before. God, listen to the music. We shuffle down. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something, if you don't mind. I have a distinct feeling you and I have met before. It must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hazakura Temple. Hazakura Temple? What is that? It's a place where those who wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. You need to undergo some very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power. Spiritual power? Did you go to that temple for that reason as well? No, I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them. In that case, what are you doing at that temple then? I've committed some sins. Sins that I need to pay for. That's why I'm there. And and why I continue to train, to purify my soul. I want to ask you about last night, the night of the crime. Alright. I helped to clean up after dinner, and then went back to my room at around 8. Later, I left my room to ring the light-out bell at 10. Bell? We ring it at the same time each night. I see. And then? And then... I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there. Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to? I was frightened. Frightened? So I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened. There's more to her story, I just know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You were asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder. Yes. However, you didn't go. Because you say you were frightened? What exactly were you so frightened of? Oh, here we go. Edward's like... What in the world? He's like, what in the blue Scott is this? There's something wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. Looks like she's not aware of them herself. These must be what Wright was talking about. The psycho-locks. Close! I believe he said that I need to present this Magatama item to do something. Can we actually do anything about that? No, we'll be leaving. We'll be leaving. We come back for that. So do you have any idea as to what really occurred last night? I think it was the result of the tremendous spiritual power that was unleashed. Spirit power? Yes. Spiritual training has been a cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example. Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science. I don't believe in spiritual powers. Yes, I understand. Most people don't. And I am certain that the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please, answer me this simple question. Were you the one that killed Elise Dusenham? No. I'm not the one who took her life. Those psycho-locks things aren't appearing. I suppose that means I can believe that she's not lying. What's wrong? I can't believe what I'm thinking. And here I just finished saying that I don't believe in spiritual power, and yet you're relying on it. It appears that's about all you can tell me. Thank you very much for listening to my story. I visited Wright at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you. Me? Yes, at the trial tomorrow, he asked me to defend you. If Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, then I will gladly entrust my fate to your capable hands. But before that, I have one question. Yes? Do you know Wright? Why would you ask that? Whenever you came to him in the conversation, he began to act a little strange. Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you? He is a very dear and indispensable friend. Oh, Edgeworth! He's grown so much! But in the first game, it's like, you should just leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to put up with you. Now in this one, he's like, he's a friend. He's a very, he's a very dear and indispensable friend. So much so that the moment he heard that Wright was in trouble, he hopped on a plane and travelled to a different country to get here. It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him. You deceived him? I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it was best if he never saw me again. So I have to go for a bit. No worries, dude. I wanted him to just forget about me without learning the truth. Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he will ever be able to truly recover. Iris, it's not too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth. I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth. I promise. Very well. I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. That's enough information gathering for now. I should head to the crime scene. It's so weird, like Phoenix being here. Friend since grade school from Dusky Bridge is currently hospitalized. Homicide detective local in charge of initial investigation. Friends since grade school. Don't remember how we became friends though. The victim of the incident. A picture book author, unknown age. Larry's teacher. The defendant, a nun for Hazakura Temple. Doesn't seem to have any spiritual power. Received from Wright. He wasn't serious that he gave this to me, was he? Received from Wright. Something about reading people's hearts. What utter nonsense. To the bridge. Oh, you just go straight to the bridge. You have to go to the gate or anything. I'm sure it sure is cold, all right. Oh, jeez, look at the bridge. It's like completely gone out. So this is it, Dusky Bridge. Oh wow, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. It's been about a year, or has it been longer? It doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up here. Oh, ouch. And there's that sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyway, Mr. Edgeworth. Let me guess, you were transferred by HR to the local precinct? A wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. Everybody was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir. Gumshoe indeed. Like gum on your shoe, he's impossible to get rid of. I'm supposed to report in the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyway, here I am, Detective Dick Gumshoe, reporting for duty. Great. Thank you, Detective. I thought Prosecutor Godot was going to get her before me. I think it was a real mystery, I tell you. Prosecutor Godot. I just got back into the country, so I don't really know much about the case. It's simple. Well, simple is as simple does, as they say. Oh, you've got no idea how much I've missed that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There's a witness that saw the whole thing. A witness? Yeah, that bikini lady. Bikini lady? Yeah, on this freezing cold mountain. Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir. I may have to talk to this bikini lady. I mean, decisive witness myself. So this is the bridge that Wright fell through. Yep. Can't imagine being that reckless myself. Look before you cross. Is that how it goes, right? Or was it leap? And? Is there something on the other side? Yeah, some old building that they call the Inner Temple. But we can't get over there without a bridge, sir. What? Nobody lives there, so it's usually not a problem. But someone was at the Inner Temple doing some training, and now they're stuck there. Yes, I heard that from Wright. It's Maya Fey. Oh no, her again. Anyway, the air is real turbulent right now, so we can't do any aerial extraction. No one's going to be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir. Will she be alright in this cold? How did this bridge burn down anyway? I was 100% sure it was lightning. Lightning? So who is this Prosecutor Godot? I've never heard of him. Yeah, he's a new guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy. What kind of man is he? He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good. If he's so good, how is it I've never heard of him? He is the lead prosecutor on this case? Yeah, you bet he is. After all, you know who is right in the middle of it. You know who? Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Godot has really got it in him for Mr. Wright. Oh. Yeah, he seems to have some kind of grudge. And what would be the cause of this grudge? I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something. Hey, we're watching all the way from Texas. Nice to... welcome. I was like, what's the time in Texas, actually? I was like, it's late, go to bed. None of this is making any sense. I better look into this Godot myself. The reason why I'm streaming at this time is it's the UK. For me, it's 11 AM. 5:07 AM. Oof. Okay, that's not too bad. I've been up and functioning at that time, sort of, like at points itself. It's not the nicest, but you can do it. You're telling me the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke bolt of lightning? Yep. Last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during a snowfall like that. Vamp life, yeah, fair enough, dude. But according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck. I see. This is a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time that the lightning struck the bridge. Oh, that. We got that information from the witness's testimony. Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge? Who is this witness? Sorry, I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir. If you have nothing else to give us, Gumshoe, we'll be moving on. Yo, Edgy, what took you so long? I am so cold, my brain's turned to sherbet. I knew it was a mistake to race back to this country. What do you mean? Wright is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. And I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder. Hey, wait a sec, hold it! Objection? What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to explain. One thing led to another, and... What kind of lame excuse is that? You call yourself a defense attorney? Prosecutor Edgeworth is a prosecutor, and that's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, defense attorney, just sounds plain old weird, pal. Right, Miss Prosecutor Edgeworth? I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore. Dude, Edgy! I don't see you for a couple of years, and your heart turns to sherbet. I'd say more like sorbet. It's rather cold here. Iris didn't murder her. Someone else did it. I just know it, okay? So trust me on this one. Ever the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do whatever I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton on to Wright, that is. Uh-oh. Present the attorney badge to Larry. Uh-oh. Come to think of it, when you were a kid, you were always saying, when I grow up, I want to be a lawyer and defend people, or something like that. That was a long time ago. But see, now you've got a chance to follow your boyhood dream for a day. Edgy, you've got to do it. You've got to save my little Iris. This is exactly why I hate childhood friends. Wow. Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? To put it simply, your comments has me highly concerned. Could it be that the reason you think she's innocent... Come on, a girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer. I was right after all. I should never have come back. No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time. Honest. If I had a penny for every time he'd said that. It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things to know too much. Why is there a motorbike up on this mountaintop? What the hell is going... You know what I mean? Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry. Oh. Forget it. I didn't say anything. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry. What? Don't tell me. You think I might have done it? What? Get lost. Go back to your charter den and get out of my sight, you creep. And I hope your plane crashes and you die. I'll ask just one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? As I suspected, Cyclops, Edgeworth, someone needs to correct him. They're not Psycholocks. I'm sorry, man. You know me. I just don't remember. My short-term memory's a wreck, dude. Can I challenge him on this yet? Of course I can't. Off to the main hall we go. Hey, hello there. So how are you feeling? All right, I suppose. Huh? Who is this? My name is Miles Edgeworth. My, a handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances weren't so tragic, I might just... Please don't call me boy. Sorry to trouble you. But I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. Well, you have found her. Now, what can I do for you? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. If you ask nicely, I might give you a beat, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth? This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? That's exactly why your salary keeps getting cut. My stomach is already growling in protest. So, what's the latest about my beloved Iris? Well, first, I want to hear what you know. I assume that's what we're doing. Oh no, examine the envelope first. There is a more Enza cushions in the corner of the room. What's that white piece of paper sticking out from under that stack? Oh, beats me. Would you mind checking that for me, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like an old, Manila envelope. Yeah. What is it, Detective? This could be it. An ultra-important clue, a super special clue. I suppose I should read it myself, then. Looks like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall, unless you want your secret to be exposed. This sounds like a blackmail letter. Note to Iris added. Let's go in there, Edgeworth. Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra-important prosecutor, a super-duper prosecutor. Well, I suppose it takes a super-duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. Now we'll talk to Bikini about everything. First, I'd like to ask about last night. Well, last night, we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple. She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that? I suppose it was about 9 when he left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. The channeling dojo's head nun must be in attendance at all times to keep watch. Wow, you're right. That does sound exhausting. Detective, this is no time for flattery. Sorry. Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back here? Well, you're staring at me and starting to get goosebumps. I'm starting to get goosebumps myself, but for a decidedly different reason. Oh, you get the chills pretty easily, don't you, Edgeworth? Alright then. I'd like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard. It must have been past 11. Ah, no, I can't say it. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie. I saw two people. One of them was lying on the ground. The other one was stabbing her from the back with a sword. Did you see this criminal with your own eyes? I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris. You must have been quite shocked. Of course she was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. I feel like if you were stabbing Mr. Wright smack in the middle of the courtroom, and I happened to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked too. I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. And when I finally realized what I was seeing, I screamed. And then, I passed out. Unfortunately for us, the testimony seems to be pretty solid. However, the idea of Iris doing such a foul act seems unnatural. Unnatural? The girl I know simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness. I wonder what she means by that. As the head nun, it's your duty to stay with the acolytes at all times, correct? Yes, that's correct. I know it may look strong, but the truth is, I've got a bad lower back. A bad lower back? Yes, it's especially bad in the winter. So bad that I can't even lift a bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I just wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall. So you left a disciple all alone? Don't be ridiculous. I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris in the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out. Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So did this head nun actually see Iris there? I think I'd better try to get more details. So who is this acolyte that went to train at the inner temple? Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. And after she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course. Special course? It's a training session where you sit on the block of spirits and chant 30,000 times. You mean to tell me she's still doing that over in the inner temple, do you? No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night, we still hadn't started the training session itself. Well, that's good to hear. Oh, dear. There's one thing I forgot to tell you. Uh-oh, I don't think it's good. I like the sound of this. Do you know what that small girl? I believe she's Mystic Maya's little sister. Oh, the cousin. Maya's little sister? Oh, you mean Little Pearl? Oh, that's Maya Fey's cousin. Little Pearl? I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we finished that dinner cleanup. But I haven't seen her at all since late last night. She's nowhere to be found. You mean she was with the victim? It's also the fault of my stupid, creaky old back. Little girl who was the victim of the night of the murder is gone. Well, if Pearl was possessed because of spirit shit and killed instead, she's only 9, you know. So good luck with that one in court. As they say, plot thickens. Move to the courtyard. You scroll down. And this is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched. Thanks, Detective. I'll just have a look around. Looks like the police are still investigating. Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I'd better ask, just to be sure. Are you really going to defend that nun Iris at the trial tomorrow? Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment. Well, in that case, I've got to be careful. Got to make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation. Don't worry about it, Detective. Just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out on its own. You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap. Yes, you do that, Detective. Just how much has your runny spout leaked over the years? Examine the statue. So the sword from this gold statue is actually the murder weapon. Sure is. It's called a seven sword, by the way. Nasty piece of work, sir. There's still blood on it. I suppose it's the victim's blood. Yep, it's all over the blade. And speaking of all over the blade, there are fingerprints all over the hilt of the sheer star steel too. Fingerprints? Naturally, they match the prints we got from the younger nun, the defendant. Fingerprints from the murder weapon? What's wrong? You're looking really solemn. Is this how it is for Wright? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney? Yeah, I figured it doesn't really feel good. To be honest, it feels more like it's detrimental to your health. The Shishi Sisto. I still have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce that. Oh, the broken staff on the floor. What's this? It looks like a wizard's staff. That belongs to the victim, Miss Elise Jusenham. There's nothing strange or magical about it. Oh yeah, listen, this is just between us, okay, sir? Yes? What? This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this, alright? The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard. That's it? That's what you wanted to tell me. That's it? The staff was made from a very strong kind of wood. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it? Just the victim's. Now talk to Gumshoe about everything. The victim is the famous picture book author Miss Elise Jusenham. Her entire past, up until she won that writing award last year, is a total mystery. It's hard to believe in this day and age you can still find people like that. The estimated time of death of the victim is between 10 and 11 PM on February the 7th. The cause of death is blood loss resulting from a stab to the back by the murder weapon. The murder weapon? The victim was found skewered with a giant sword, sir. That's terrible. Yeah, but there's one strange thing. Yes? The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. The bruises are consistent with falling from a height of a 2-story building. 2-story building? What would be about the same height as that room in front of us, correct? Hey, you're right. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. It just happened to be the room that Elise Jusenham was staying in. Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword. Now then, Detective, let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far. Okay, let's take a look at the map. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, their nun, right after they finished dinner, she and Maya Fey headed to the inner temple. At 10 PM, after ringing the bell for the lights out, Iris went to the inner temple. When she got there, Bikini had her take over while she went back to Hazakura. Taking a hot bath to soothe her back. Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself in the main hall. The Inner Temple, huh? I'd like some more information about that place. The trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor? I'm pretty sure it's that Godot guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement. What do you mean? It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors are true. Maybe since Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defending, he just lost interest. I intend to appear in court in the role of the defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if it came out that I'm actually a prosecutor. Yeah, I can see why, but I'm not the one that you have to worry about. I think the real problem is going to be that judge. Yes, he certainly would remember my face even after such a long absence. That's why I requested that another judge preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Wouldn't it be a problem if someone there made a big stink, sir? There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing. Wow, Mr. Edgeworth. I had no idea you were such a powerful string to pull. What is this Inner Temple that Maya was supposedly training at? According to Bikini, it's an old building they use for training the acolytes. It's on the other side of the dusty bridge. The bridge that burned down, huh? Is there anything else on the other side of that bridge besides the Inner Temple? Nope, not a thing. Nothing. The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. In a way, it's kind of like a little island out there. So the only thing there is the Inner Temple. I hear it's been the kind of place a person could survive in. Please be alright, Maya. Alright, after we've got all that, we need to go to the Detention Center. I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe he scared the poor kid away. His heart was shut tight with a number of psycho locks. I guess I'll have to look for him now, not a thorn in my side. There we go. Mr. Edgeworth. I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions if you don't mind. But I've already told you everything that Iris, please remember. I'm on your side. You can tell me anything. Yes, thank you. Take that! Oh, I love it. I was frightened. Since I have been handed this case, it is my duty to dig up all the answers, understand? Yes, sir. The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. In my years in court, I have seen it happen over and over again. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the Inner Temple last night? Yes, I swear. I already told you that. Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened. That's right. If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? Iris, I wonder, is this what frightened you so much that you couldn't even leave your room? Take that! I found this in the main hall. It is addressed to you. That's... Well, Iris? Why are you glaring at me like that? You were scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you. Isn't that correct? It's the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock. Oh well, I don't suppose it matters either way. But Mr. Edgeworth... Yes? I thought that letter was just someone playing a prank on me. A prank? Well, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, there's no one to tell it to that would cause me any grief. I wonder about that. Sister Bikini is like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her. No, you may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I don't know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there is one person you didn't want your secret told to. Take that! Phoenix Wright. You mean something to Wright, it seems. And I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know your deep dark secrets. Well, what do you have to say? I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his. After dinner, his letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it. What is this heavenly hall the letter mentions? It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge. A small shack, huh? It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near. Where is it on the map? It's around here. To get there, you must follow a small path down from Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the inner temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge. But the thought that such a terrible criminal could be lurking in a heavenly hall. I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it. So this is the secret that you locked away in your heart. Yes. Looks as though I may have to visit this heavenly hall now. Maybe I'll find some sign of our mystery blackmailer. In any case, you still claim to have never left your room that night. Yes, that's exactly right. Her testimony. The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret. But it's pointless. Why would you say that? Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who I am. I just finished speaking with the head nun of Hazakura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Dusanim with the sword. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well. What? When I spoke with you last, you claimed that you never went to the Inner Temple. And yet, Sister Bikini says she met you at the Inner Temple that very night. But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night. And that's as far as our conversation goes. We need to go to this heavenly hall. What have you... Larry, your art skills? They're nice enough. But don't draw some girl you're vaguely near on like the front of the place. Oh Jesus Christ! Let's just move on. Whoa, not much of a view down here, huh? Still better than the view from my apartment, though. Tch, someone's here. Hide yourself, detective. Why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, they always run away. I even chased one of them to Japan. Thinks it's going to be prison, I guess. I'll steal that detective's wallet, then I'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, I can't do that to someone who looks like he's down on his luck. He's just talking to himself. Shh, be quiet and listen. I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. I blew it again. Done that? What did he do, I wonder? Hey, you! About what you just said. I got an objection. What the? Edgy! Dirty rat! Gumshoe, you oaf. I'm sorry, sir. Before I knew it, I was shouting out objection. And in a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointer finger. Oh, it's a shame they didn't animate that. I'd love to have seen Gumshoe just go, objection! You've watched too many trials. I'm sorry. Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? Ugh. Before that, examine the flags hanging up. What is this festival-looking ornament? It reminds me of an art class in grade school. We used to have a lot of fun decorating the classroom with origami, remember? Well, Oh yeah, you were never any good at it. Really? Yeah, but this guy was so bad he couldn't even fold $1, let alone a crane. Everyone tried to comfort him, but he would just sit there sobbing. Really? I never would have expected that. Be quiet already. I'll never forget the shame of that day. You want a crane? I can make a perfect 1/4-inch crane without a single flaw. You know, Edgy,
Nothing for nothing, but a quarter-inch crane without a single flower is not easy.
Yeah, that's quite a feat, Prosecutor Edgeworth. This is exactly why I hate childhood friends. That's a gold trophy for that? I hate childhood friends, as Edgeworth hear all of his and Larry's childhood tales. 2. The first time you see him present the Phoenix's attorney badge and then examine the flags. That's all you have to do for the trophy? That's kind of insane. And that's a gold trophy. That is insane. Anyway, we gotta talk to him about everything. What is this little shack anyway?
Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday.
And why were you down here in the first place?
Come on. I'm an artist. I was looking for a good place to sketch. It's a great little place. It's artistic. It's cold, it's got no power, and it looks like it's about to collapse.
Sounds a lot like my apartment there, pal. Ouch. Quiet, cold, looks like it's about to fall apart. One thing's for sure, no one is likely to show up and disturb you here.
So can I get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe?
It's getting all buddy-buddy on us, sir.
Listen to me, Edgy. You've got to do this. You've got to save Iris.
Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute?
Watch your mouth! Anyway, I made up my mind about it. I'm going to marry that girl.
Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm gonna ask for him. Have you already asked this girl to marry you?
No, not yet. But I can tell how she feels by the look in her eyes. She's got this, I really want this man to carry me over the threshold look.
No, I imagine her look is more like... It's I really want this man to go the fuck away from me look. That seems to be your tale, Larry.
Sure, Nick would be surprised. He'd never imagine that I could marry such a beautiful girl like that.
Something tells me he would be shocked indeed.
That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I gonna do if she gets hurt?
What is this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back. You really want to know the answer to that? We're going to have to drag him onto the witness stand. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you, and what were you doing last night?
Aw, man, don't you have anything else to talk about? That kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. Okay, chill out with those scary eyes, I got it. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible.
Something incredible? Oh, you're not going anywhere, Larry. We've got Margatama right here.
Yeah, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water.
Why hasn't he realized that I absolutely despise talking about the good old days, especially with him? Take that! I want to hear him go, hold it! We're in the trial, night of the crime. Alright, now you're going to tell me what you really saw last night.
Whoa, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk.
Huh? That was a bit too easy.
Yeah, but anyway, it was awesome. Never seen anything like it. At around 10 o'clock last night, it started thundering. Been sleeping, I'm not sure for how long. Suddenly, zing! The road in front of me went white. Like it just been slapped by the face of my old girlfriend, Naomi.
And then,
it was on fire. The bridge was on fire.
Dusky Bridge caught on fire. Are you saying that you saw it with your own eyes?
Hey, why are you giving me the evil eye? I'm telling you the truth.
There's still 3 Cyclops remaining. That means he's still trying to hide something. By the way, Larry, where were you when you saw that happen?
Where did you say? What do you mean?
What do I mean? Just answer the question.
In my own room, by the main hall. Where else would I be?
As usual, you're as transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suspect, lies there.
There? What do you mean by there?
It's impossible for you to have seen the lightning strike Dusky Bridge from your room. Was that the map? Take that! This is the map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Hazakura Temple.
What am I looking for?
I think that should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees and it is impossible to see the bridge from here.
What? Why didn't you tell me that before?
Well, how about it?
About what?
Do you feel like talking now?
About what?
It looks like it won't be that easy after all. You leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step. You weren't in your room at the temple, so then where were you?
You don't know that I wasn't in my room.
So where was Larry, and why was he there? If I read the situation up to this point correctly, the answer is fairly obvious. Very well then, let's test my theory. The place you witnessed the lightning strike was... choose Heavenly Hall. The place you saw lightning strike was from naturally the Heavenly Hall.
Why would you be hanging out on that old shack? It's freezing cold, there's no electricity, and it could fall apart any minute.
Larry, how do you know that anyway? How do you know there's no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet.
Uh-oh.
In other words, you have just provided evidence to prove my theory. My theory that you at least once in your life visited Heavenly Hall after sunset.
I have to admit, I'm impressed, Edgy. You're in a totally different league from Nick.
That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing at this cold little shack last night?
That's what you might call, fair decor.
I think you mean affaire decor. Could it be you were waiting for someone?
Oh no, you really are one scary guy, you know.
I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come and meet you.
Take that!
There's only one person you'd wait for in a horrible place like this, Larry.
I told you before, don't call me Larry.
The person you were waiting for was Iris.
Oh, suddenly I feel cold all over, Edgy.
No doubt because of my chilly glare.
So you think I got the hots for Sister Iris, huh? Do you have some kind of evidence? You got something that proves I was waiting for her? Or are you just guessing?
This is where I draw the line and end this ridiculous little game. Here is the evidence. It is the blackmail note. Well, it's not intended to be blackmail, but it surely comes across as one.
Take that!
Here's your evidence. You called it to this spot with a pathetic blackmail letter.
Oh, hey! Give that back! You're embarrassing me! What are you doing with that anyway?
That's not important. I misjudged you, Larry.
What do you mean?
Taking advantage of a woman's frailty like that. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh.
First of all, what's this at the top of the letter? It says salutation here.
Oh, that's what it said in the book, Letter Writing for Dummies.
You're not supposed to actually write that. That's where you're supposed to write, Dear Iris.
What? I'm so sorry.
So you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you, Larry? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you?
Sorry, Edgy.
Sorry doesn't cut it, you scumbag, threatening a young lady like that.
Wait, hold up.
What now, pal?
What are you talking about? What threatening stuff?
I'll tell you what. You tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose her secret, pal.
What do you mean, threaten? When did I threaten her?
Unless you want your secret to be exposed. That sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact.
Give me a break. It's a love letter. Haven't you ever been in love?
What did you just say?
My love for her burned so hot that you could melt all the snow on this mountain.
Oh, then what is the secret you mentioned?
Oh, come on, Edgy. Don't you get it? Talking about the secret love between her and me. Obviously, she wouldn't want old lady Bikini to know about it, right? About her hot and sour, bittersweet love affair?
Alright, then why did you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope?
Give me a break, it's not my fault I didn't have any other envelopes, yeesh!
That's why you're so quick to apologize, pal.
It's because Edgy gave me the scary look of his.
Yeah, because Edgeworth's probably thinking you scared this woman near death because of your own delusions. You're a piece of work, Harry.
What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden?
That's it. That's what all these huge locks were about. I don't understand why you were so defensive.
Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me. Hey, come on, don't let it get you down.
But Mr. Edgeworth, this guy is still holding something, I know it. What do you mean, a detective? Don't forget what this guy just said a minute ago.
If you really want to know last night, I saw something incredible.
He's right. Larry?
What? You're looking at me like a hungry dog that's found a bone.
What was this something incredible you saw last night? You're going to tell me, Larry, one way or another.
I already told you, didn't I? I saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge.
Yes, and I believe it was the incredible sight you saw. But now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true.
What doesn't?
If that's all there is to your story, your heart wouldn't have had all those locks. Therefore, Larry, I do believe you saw something last night, something more incredible than lightning.
What? When? Where? What? How?
Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal. Oh, for fuck's sake. No! What's wrong, sir? Does this mean I have to do it all over again?
Why are you glaring at me like I'm about to be hit with a ball of lightning?
Just about had it with this harlequin. If we want to drag the truth out of him, I'll just drag him on the witness stand. Thank you, I will save. February the 9th, 9:47 AM, District Court 1.
Oh my, Mr. Lawrence feels like he's that way about me?
Apparently, he isn't aware of your real secret at all. There's no time to be embarrassed.
I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing.
Worry not. In any case, whatever it was that he saw on the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him.
Does that mean Mr. Lawrence is the witness today?
No. I believe that none will be the first to take the stand.
Sister Bikini.
She claims to have seen the very instant of which you carried out the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Jusanim, correct?
That is correct. It wasn't me.
Very well then.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes?
You are our prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed...
Don't worry. I've made the necessary arrangements.
I see.
Iris. It is a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people, and to believe until the bitter end. That's what my friend told me once.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself, whether or not I am fit to do the task I have been entrusted.
Very well, sir.
I leave my defense in your capable hands. 10 AM, District Court number 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case. Indeed. I'm not sure I like such a blatant waste of this court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove their case. It would seem this case is already over before it had a chance to begin. I am ready to announce my verdict at this time. This court finds the defendant... Oh no! The prosecution stands ready. I completely forgot she shows up in this case. Franziska von Karma. I completely forgot. At the end of the second game, I was like, yeah, she doesn't show up for like the rest of the series after this. No, she shows up in this case alone. And then after that, she vanishes. And you are Franziska von Karma, prosecuting prodigy. Von Karma, you say? Perchance, you wouldn't be any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. Legends are a thing of the past. I am a von Karma, that is all. Upon a special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case. You did? Then, you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once. I believe you're imagining things, Your Honor. Miss von Karma, do you have anything to say? There is no such weakling as this man among those in the prosecutor's office. There isn't? But I'm sure once before in this courtroom... Ah! I told you there is no such weakling. What is that, a whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my courtroom. Bailiff, remove that whip and... Hold it! I have no objection to the whip. You don't... The prosecution can wield a whip or drink 17 cups of coffee. Oh, so you do know about Godot. But there is still only one truth. And it's what I stand here to prove today. This is cool. Edgeworth versus Von Karma. This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I'd expected to face Phoenix Wright here today. But looking at you now, maybe this is what I have been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers. I see you brought your flair to the histrionic. I like that he's got the... You can see the attorney badge on his coat. He actually pinned the thing on. Allow me to add to things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my court. Ugh! The stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honor. Very well, Miss Von Karma. Please give an outline of the case. With as little whipping as possible. The murder victim is the famed picture book author, Miss Elise Dusenham. Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well. The court accepts this photo into the crime scene. Of the crime scene, sorry. There is no mistake. This was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there is a witness to her crime. Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand. And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney. Witness, state your name and occupation, please. Hold on here. I'm not sure about being sure if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up nice and straight. If I recalled correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby for our back pain-plagued witness. Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please. Once again, your name and occupation, please. Hello, me? Well, I'm the head nun of Hazakura Temple, Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet everyone. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. What? The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave this sanctuary at once. You want me to leave? I need to get your bikinis in a twist, let me tell you. I'm a sight to behold in summer. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. I don't know what accent I'm trying to give Bikini here. Just let me roll with it for a bit. I'll figure it out. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. Let us hear what you have to say then. And I don't want to give the judge the usual judge voice that I do, because it's not just our judge. It's a different one. First, tell me about your own movements that night, eh? The night of the murder. The night I was helping an acolyte with their training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So, I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long hot soak. It was after I had finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. Sorry. So it was simply coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakura Temple. Yeah, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the inner temple. That sounds like a pretty important statement she just made. There's only one problem with this testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall at the first hurdle now, are you, Mr. Miles Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. Present Iris' testimony to the statement, so I left to help an acolyte and returned to the temple. Objection! Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fate rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, 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 don't worry. I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like you to explain something for me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No. She said that? A defendant or a witness? Who is more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back. But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. But that is odd. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie. She does indeed have honest eyes. Oh. All people lie, that is my belief. Why am I the only one being whipped in here? Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. Which means, we must call your memory into question. Dear, dear, dear. You're older than me and yet you want to play that game, do you? Oh, well, that isn't exactly what My memory is perfect, crystal clear, especially in winter. Then, I suppose it's too early to end this cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you are going to question the memory of this witness, you will need to show a more decisive piece of evidence. Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick. Then please add the comments about Iris to your testimony. Wait, why has the judge got an accent? And let us return to the cross-examination. Came to the inner temple. She was dressed exactly as she had been at dinner. Objection! Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant whom you claim to have met, she was wearing this demon-warding hood, correct? Of course. It's a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute.
Objection!
Hold it right there. Why do you have that? That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Miss Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone as a gift that night, before the lights out bell was rung. What? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, then the iris she saw should have been missing this very hood. Well, well, well. Oh my days, she's tiny. It's not a bad feeling at all, exposing contradictions like this. Oh, I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. Order! Order in the court! Witness, your response. Sister, this hood, you have a spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spears? Well, I do tend to make too many of them. I see. A stockpile, a surplus of hoods, eh? Each nun is only given one hood. This should be the only hood that Iris owned. Then this is quite strange. There was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There is no contradiction here. Sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt. Witness. While I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision. I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on your way back to the inner temple. The seeds of doubt are sprouting in the judge's heart. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation. After my bath. I finished my bath around 11 and I thought I should return to the inner temple. And as I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look and Iris was, Mystic Elise. It was with the sword of all things. Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out onto the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. It was a truly terrible sight, didn't you? If I was in your place, it would be much like Miss Von Karma's whipping Mr. Edgeworth in two in court. And me seeing from all this, seeing it all from this very chair. Well, something like that. He's like, hint, hint, stop whipping me, whip him or something. This judge. His imagination is about as vivid and creative as Detective Gumshoes. I would look the fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyway, this case is mine, Mouse Edgeworth. Calling everyone by their full name. Can't you do something about that habit of yours? Present Elise's autopsy report to the statement. The stabbing I saw occurred after she was pushed out of her window. After death. Objection. Impressive logic. That's what I'd like to say anyway. Oh, please do. My brain is something else, especially in winter. However, I think you are overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report? The autopsy report? The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed. That's right. It says after death right here. The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. If the defendant stabbed and killed the victim then there in the courtyard, how did the victim then go on to take a 10-foot fall? Ah. Order. The victim was killed and then fell. If that's the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room. Don't you agree? That is the logical conclusion. Yes, that is right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room. And she was then thrown out of the window down to the courtyard below. Oh, objection! Were there any signs of a struggle in Miss Jerusalem's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would leave a blood stain, wouldn't you agree? Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood? Ah, no traces of blood were found in the victim's room. Your weapons just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious payoff beard. However, if there was no blood in the room, then you claim that... Ow! I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this. As I'm sure your Honor is well aware, when a stab wound produces the most blood. When it produces the most blood? Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. Indeed, with the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound. That's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be much bleeding. Perfectly reasonable line of thinking. We have come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of the window with the sword still in place. This removes all of the contradictions. Order. I must admit that this is a probable version of events. I expect no less from Franziska von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point. It seems that we need a clearer testimony from the witness. Remove all superstition on the part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please. Remain standing on the crate. Don't go selling me short now. The weight of the winter snow has bent me out of shape, especially for my back and my mood. Sister, please, give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we're finished here. With the whip? Oh boy. Alright. Further details. When I looked across at the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Mystic Elise. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. Can't blame me, can you? And when I awoke, Mr. Amy was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. This all confirms Miss Von Karma's theory. Von Karma's strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska von Karma. And I am here to teach you just that. Press bikini on the statement. I've never seen so much blood before. Hold it! So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood? That's right. Some of it splattered onto Iris too. When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room, and her blood-feckled clothing was neatly folded in the corner. What? Her clothes were blood-feckled as well? This seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Press this point further? Stop here, press further? No, of course we press further. Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now, you say you saw the victim bleeding? Well, I say that I saw what I saw. What do you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her, plain as day. Pulling the sword out?
Well, it wasn't exactly pulling. It was more like it came out.
Witness, you will add this statement to your testimony.
Oh, was that important?
More important than you can imagine.
I saw the instant in which the blade plunged in to the hilt was smoothly drawn out.
Smoothly? How was it smooth? Look at the thing. Objection! Sister Bikini, you are a reliable witness. At least, I'd like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here.
What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But
you are a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. What contradictions are you talking about? In the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to the hilt in the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are completely impossibilities. What do you mean? Please explain explain yourself. To start with, do you think it would be possible to stab someone with the hilt with this? To the hilt with this? No matter how I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear strong enough for that. Doesn't appear? What meaningless dribble. I too may appear to be weak and frail, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep, should I so choose. Your objection stands. I whipped it all back there, I must admit. Objection. That isn't the only issue here. If this sword was truly stabbed into the body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly. We also have the problem with the amount of bleeding. It's true that when the blade is left in the body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon was shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding. Objection! That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with the even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly, and may still sometimes stop the blood loss. Oh, objection. I'm not finished. There is still one more conclusive contradiction. You still got more? This one is simple. If this sword really was thrust all the way into the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it? If this witness is telling the truth, there should be blood along the entire length of the sword. No! Order. Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Releasing this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that. Well, what does this all mean? You're proving contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but, having come this far, there can only be one answer. And that is, the weapon used to kill the victim was not the Shishisato. The Shishisato. What? Foolish idea born from a foolish mind of a foolhardily foolish fool. Let's examine this again. What was it that made us think this sword was the murder weapon? Well, it's because Mystic Amy was holding it. Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, that is the only basis we have to assume such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That is what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that the Shishisato was the murder weapon. I think that's how it is. Shishisato? The Shichi sword. I'll go with that because I really am struggling to pronounce Shishisato. My mouth can't do it for some reason. It was the murder weapon. Order. What? So maybe the Shishisato was not the murder weapon. That is, even if that is the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object. That's true. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? If that is so, I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises. The obvious question? Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying that the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found. Answer the question, Miss Von Karma. No evidence of that kind was found. Another mystery to throw onto the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast. Excuse me, could I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking, it's possible that just maybe what actually happened was... it was just over there. What exactly are you going on about here? The murder weapon, I mean, maybe. I think maybe I know where the sword was disposed of. You what? Well then. I think we need to hear testimony from you one more time, sister. Impossible. What else? What else could this old woman have seen? How old is she? 48. She's not that old. 48's a bit harsh to call her old woman. Location of the weapon. I saw the murder around 11, and after asking that it would be reported, I went out to the main gate, and there I saw tracks that indicated a snowmobile had been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 to use one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagles River and came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Witness, please, tell us everything you know right away next time. Well, I'm not in the best of shape with my back and my age, you know. Quite. There were indeed snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here is the photograph. Snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory. The tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge. That solves your pesky little problem, yes? The Eagles River current is quite swift, meaning that it doesn't freeze over in winter, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon. Should we really go into the river to dispose of the murder weapon? Go to the river? Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please. Present track photo statement. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagles River and came back while I was knocked out. Objection! I admit this photograph proves something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder. You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. However, if what the witness says is true, then why is there only one set of tracks? What do you mean? Iris left Hazakura Temple, threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. If that were the case, naturally there should be two sets of tracks on the snow. Those from heading out to the bridge and those from coming back. Ah, you're right. You are forgetting one thing, Miles. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it? I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return of tracks in the snow. What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth? Is there a flaw in her theory? This idea of snowfall covered the set of tracks? There is a contradiction. The tracks of the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that is impossible. Would you care to explain? Why there is a rude index finger currently pointed in my general direction? No need. The evidence will do all the talking for me. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge in order to dispose of the murder weapon. The outgoing tracks were erased by snow. Or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, present your evidence to the contrary, eh? Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered in snow. Weather data. 10:50. Snow, it stopped at 10:50. Lightning 10 to approximate 11. Take that! Witness, please tell us again what time it was when you witnessed the crime. Like I said, it was around 11. Of course, that means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. This is the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder. The weather report? Snow is said to fall at 7 PM, but it stopped at around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11, the snow had already stopped falling. It is impossible for any tracks made after that time to have been covered up. Ah. Order, order. Very well then. It looks like Miss Von Karma's claim has been snowed in. Ugh. It's too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this then. When is the weather report ever correct? Oh, no, you've got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast, this is actual data. Forecast data or weather reports have some inaccuracies. It may have still been snowing, but in the vicinity well past 11. It's true, we cannot be totally sure, eh? What? How did she pull that off? It stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. You need to provide conclusive evidence of this. Come this far, there's no turning back now. Very well, I too cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony. Ha! You can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where is your evidence that it already stopped snowing when the victim was killed? The actual crime photo? Ultimately, it all comes down to one point. That being, whether or not it was snowing in that courtyard when the victim was stabbed. That's right, but proving that is incredibly easy. If you want to know where it was snowing or not, the photo will tell us everything. Of course, I am referring to the photo of the crime scene. Yeah, there's no snow on her, so as you can see, everything is covered with snow. With just one exception, and that is the victim herself, Miss Elise Jusenem. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. It stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, then in this photograph there should be two sets of tracks. Order, order. Just what are you... Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure myself, but this is simply what all the facts point to. That night, someone used a snowmobile to leave Hasakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At that time, it was still snowing. Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow. Then, when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the return tracks remained. Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister? There is only one key for the snowmobile. Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it. The key was found in a room after the murder. Which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple. But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point some more when I get the chance. The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge, so she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge to cross on foot. That sounds right. But what's odd is, when I left Iris and returned to the Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge. You must have just failed to see, sister. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate. The snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too. But that isn't possible. Order, order, order in the court. What does this all mean? So then, what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, then the witness couldn't possibly have seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. that was the case, there should be 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. I never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble. I think we've learned all we can from this witness. Yeah, I've nothing more to add. I told you everything that I know. But then, it still leaves us with the same problem. There's only someone, a witness, who could testify to having seen the snowmobile. A witness, huh? Was there no one else, walking perhaps, near Dusky Bridge on that night? I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering into that. Unless they had something really important to do. That's a shame. Hold on. Somebody's coming to me. And an idiot may have well gone wandering out on that subarctic night. Your Honor. Actually, there just might be one individual who may be of help to us. Really? Do you know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder? I don't know for sure if he saw it or not, but there are 2 things about him that do come to mind, which are, first, that he saw something incredible on the night of the murder. And the second being, this individual that I'm thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of idiot. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about? Take that. This guy seems to be a product of Jean-Luc Delarc's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting. This is Larry Butt, a disciple of the victim, Elise Justenem. A student? Interesting. And why was he wandering about outside the night of the murder? Is he supposed to be, like, Canadian? Is that what they're going for? Because he keeps going, as well. Like, is that supposed to be the joke? He's supposed to be like the Canadian judge. Anyway, that's... I could tell them all about his designs for Iris. It may cost us his credibility as a witness before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was, perhaps, searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him. Although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason. And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man was... What exactly was it that he saw? I intend to extract that from him, right here in this courtroom. Summon this youth as your witness immediately. I have no choice, do I? I believe he is in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him. Very well. Larry. You may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you. The court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Ms. Von Karma, please see to preparing the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess. And there's our mid-court break. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not really sure what to say. Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene. Alright, I'll help you any way I can. First, about that night. You really didn't go to the inner temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying. Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple. Very well. The second thing then. That night, the temple snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 PM that night. Were you the one that used the snowmobile? There was only one key for the snowmobile. The only one person who could have used it was me. So it was you. But why? What made you go out to the Dusky Bridge? I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. Miles getting sick of seeing this. Iris, I can't tell you about that yet. Yet? Not until her safety is confirmed. Her? The safety of the Acolyte. The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya. Iris, look me in the eye. Tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Jusanim? No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life. As I thought. No psycho locks. Very well. It is my job to get to the truth. You will discover this for yourself soon enough. 11:36 a.m. Court will now reconvene. Miss Von Karma, where is the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery. Suspicious behavior? He was sketching something very intensely. Did I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. Well, I can only presume that his intention was to capture... Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse of an artist before the court. Lawrence Jusanim, I hope you'll really get in here. It would seem that whip is going to see plenty more use today.
Ow!
Your sketch is in contempt of this court.
Hey! It was just an artistic rendering. Ow!
You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your Saponia, correct?
Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist training out of the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use the technical term for the color, viridian.
Larry, this isn't an art store now, is it?
I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it?
Working in the fields? I presume he wanted to say field work, I hope.
But that's it, thanks, buddy.
It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence.
I just happened to stop in here and found a wonderful new model. So see, I got nothing to do with this trial at all. I expect all your faces to be red when you realize that mistake, bright red. Or, to use the technical term, crimson late. Ow, ow, ouch! Ow, 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 ouch! Ouch!
Ouch! Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man. Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is bad for cross-checking. Witness, it is all your fault. Testify now.
What? This is too much for me.
What I saw.
I was at that lodge out in the mountains, looking up at the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. The girl I was waiting for didn't show up. My teacher died on me. I'm all alone now. Aren't I edgy?
Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony.
I'm just a nobody, nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation, or anything else?
Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex. He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people.
Yeah, that's right, I'm behind everything, every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me would make you eternally unhappy.
Well then, let us proceed with the cross-examination with no touching, thank you. You can delve into other details at a later time. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Really? Not even the man that fell through it? Larry Buds, I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic, and you cause all sorts of trouble.
I'm sorry.
But, having realized just how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction.
Edgy, are you trying to console me?
Certainly doesn't sound that way to me. However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create.
What? You're totally pinning this on me?
Now then, let us talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder took place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened across a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Buds.
That's right, me, in the flesh.
Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. As long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change.
But what do you want me to do then?
Larry, what you need to change is your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you.
Edgy, I think I finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. Anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this will go especially well.
I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? What I saw, part 2.
I went to the shack at around 9, so it would have been around 10:30. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. I looked out my window and Dusky Bridge was on fire. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick.
You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire?
It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burned out. Like, almost totally gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall.
What did you say? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing life-threatening. You just got a cold. I never knew. I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination. What I saw, part 2. Press Larry understatement. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. Hold it! You said right away? But exactly how long after the strike was that?
The lightning fell and the bridge caught on fire. Maybe around 5 minutes. I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta go check this out.
How far is this small shack from where... How far is this small shack you were in from the bridge?
Hold on, well, it had pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk.
And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there?
Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfire kids make at school camping trips can compare.
Well, should I press him a little more info? Why didn't you call anyone? Larry, let me ask you one thing.
What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face?
Why didn't you call anyone?
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, one would try and tell someone. There is a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct?
Well, of course I thought of doing that.
So then, let's hear why you didn't.
Huh? Okay, a reason? My reason? I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have time to, okay?
I arrived at the bridge and Nick showed up less than a minute later. Objection! Your very existence being a contradiction. I'm not sure if I can grasp this or not.
What the hey, Hedgie? You make it sound like I'm some sort of alien.
But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. Problem here is time.
I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. Three minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take you to catch up with him? Terrible at those.
It was much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge, and immediately went to see what had happened. Is this correct?
Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less.
I have the weather data for the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack of Dusky Bridge. Meaning you probably got there around 11.
Well, sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act.
That is impossible. What do you mean? 11 PM is when the murder occurred in Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there in the courtyard. There was no way that Larry could have encountered him at the Dusky Bridge at that time.
Excuse me, I have an objection.
You do?
Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not Larry, I'm Lawrence.
It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11. The sister only said around 11, in which case it could have been earlier than that. Watch your footing there, Miss Franziska von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery, but there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11. And why not? It's clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15. Which means, what exactly? Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11, but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you to stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now, then. What happened during those missing 15 minutes?
I felt like I just got brutally woken up from the toilet splashback. I guess I'm still sleeping after all. Pinch me.
Order. So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting with Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that much of a problem.
Yeah, not much of a problem at all.
Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there is a phone right next to it. Why then did you not report the accident? Yes, witness, why didn't you? Will you simply watch the bridge burn? And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there, staring into space, as witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That is what it sounds like. Ah, but this is the Larry we're talking about, and even if he is incapable of being... And even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction.
Edgy. I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude.
Just as I thought. You've been playing with us all this time.
Listen, I'm going to tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all?
Yes.
I may really say it this time, everything.
Then say it. Very well. I have a terribly bad feeling about this, however. Let's have the witness finally give his whole truth. Now, for the 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness?
I'm inducing him. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe that I was feeling, I transferred it all directly onto the page. Before I realised it, the flames had gotten out, and then he came running up.
I suppose artists can be strange folk.
That's right. I'm willing to sacrifice anything in order to draw the perfect sketch.
Including the truth from the sounds of it. Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts? Not at all, Your Honour. One very large doubt still remains. And what would that be? This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him.
You'll regret this, Edgy.
Press Larry on the statement, sketching in front of the bridge. Hold it. Sketching the burning bridge?
The burning bridge and everything that came with it.
What came with it?
You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy? You'll regret this. The sketch of mine...
Enough. Just take this ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
It doesn't appear to be the fastest solution. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Which I do. I've got a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what it is depicted there. Look at the sketch. Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please.
Oh, well, even if I couldn't have imagined it turned out like this.
Imagined what?
That Lawrence didn't use in him's debut we placed here today, like this. Ow, ouch!
Show it, now!
Okay, steel yourselves. This is the world of Lawrence Deucenem.
Well. So this is the Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Miss Von Karma?
Yes, well,
it's a better drawing than I expected.
Isn't it? Isn't it? I struggled to reduce those flames, I really did.
Yes, I am sure you did. This is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry.
What?
The burning bridge is fine, but what is that unfortunate looking figure?
Oh, you spotted that? I thought you might.
However much I might want to ignore it, I can't.
It's Iris, of course. Iris. I wish she'd taken better care of herself. We have to plan for the future, you know. What would have happened to her if she had injured herself flying like that?
Larry, please, answer this next question honestly.
Okay.
Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames?
Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I am an artist, a real artist.
You high? The girl, she's really high up in that picture. Ugh, what was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek if you wish to test your wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there is some precedence for this.
She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge at least. It was really something to see.
This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth. What? Me? This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth. Let's get back to the cross-examination by force if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here. Yes, Your Honor. Looks like I've got another reason to remember this moron.
Well, what do you think of my debut piece?
Get that thing away from me. Larry's horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. Oh, hurry up and cross-examine him. With her white hood fluttering while she didn't have it on. Objection! Larry, what do you really see that night? Nothing that not that I particularly care.
In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you the whole dollar that is the truth.
If that is truly the case, then clearly there's one thing that we can say for certain. What might that be? The person that flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant Iris.
What? What do you mean? I don't understand. Ugh.
Foolhardily folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardily fool. How exactly can you make this claim? Tell us, Larry. According to this picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct?
Of course she was. A rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and Iris is my darling hood. Ugh.
It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench. Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She'd given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight?
Whoa, what are you talking about?
I think you understand what I mean just fine.
Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood?
What?
Edgy, what's going on with Iris and Nick? Why you... Nick, you dog!
I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited, and discarded straight into the garbage.
Huh?
What is it now, witness?
It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this very day to come. Edgy, today is the day I get to completely stupefy you.
What? What is the meaning of your outburst, witness?
I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence.
Definitive evidence?
Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge, and I, Lawrence Dusenham, shall prove it.
I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Does anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch? And show us the evidence that this nightmare is actually a reality.
Okay, I hope you're ready, Edgy, because you're going to be I'm going to be feeding you a whooping serving of pain.
You've been serving us a whooping serving of pain this whole time, trust me.
When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding a beautiful crystal sphere, half buried in the snow. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spare hood. After all, no one else could have lost a crystal sphere that night.
Crystal sphere?
This one. Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. That sphere. Where did you find it? See, around here somewhere. Looks about right.
And it was half buried in the snow.
It pretty much stopped snowing by then. But there was still some falling, as I walked to the bridge.
The god accepts his crystal sphere.
That's mine, okay? I want it back afterward.
Something on it. Oh my, it's blood. What? Blood?
You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning you'll be calling me Master Larry. Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's going to push me around anymore.
Didn't you want to be called Lawrence Deucenim only a few minutes ago? Anyway, this is an easy one. The staff was missing its crystal, so we'll just present that to that Lemmy defining a beautiful crystal. Objection! Larry, that night, there was someone who lost a crystal sphere.
There was? Who? Who was that stupid idiot?
Miss Elise Deucenim, the mentor to be a stupid idiot. The victim? I have a photo of her here. And on the end of her staff, you can see a familiar looking crystal sphere.
Hey! That's my photograph! Give it back! Ouch!
A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it in my brooch. They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff found at the scene of the crime. Ah, the crystal sphere. It's gone.
Ooh. What? 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 What?
Just what does this mean? If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing her hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either. That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Deucenim? Objection! A fool alongside another fool, on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected.
You can't do that! I saw it with my own two eyes!
And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realise it as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Deucenim was in her room on the night of the murder. There is no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, this sphere cannot be related to this case. That is all. Oh, objection! Miss Franziska von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns.
What are you pointing at me?
The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge on the night of the murder. Yet you expect us to believe this has nothing to do with the case? The crystal sphere? It was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. After the murder? There is blood on the crystal sphere, isn't there? It naturally suggests that it was thrown away after the murder took place. The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent. Which is the exact same reason why he drew that ridiculous sketch.
What? You mean I'm the killer? No, what?
All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case. She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Deucenim left Hazakura Temple that night. However, if somehow the crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed, then this case is going to transform into something else entirely. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth. I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere. If it is not related to the case, then this witness, who you called, will have nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? Yes, I can. Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. Simply prove it. That's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is a vital link to solving this case. You will do what? Look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he was cornered. That should come as no surprise. Because right now, I am Phoenix Wright, and I am indeed cornered. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. Present the crime photo. They literally gave it away to you. They literally just showed it. Take that! This crystal sphere, it was half buried in the snow, correct?
That's right. But if it hadn't stopped snowing then, it would have been game over. The snow would have totally covered it.
That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body. Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder.
What? What?
Order, order, order! On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge, and there, something occurred that caused the staffed crystal sphere to come loose. What? What could have that been? This sphere? There's some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge. The murder didn't take place in the Hasakura Temple courtyard. Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness. Just who is the fool and which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma? Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Objection. That's not exactly true now, is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body. That's the same thing! No, it isn't. You said it yourself. Very little blood is actually lost at the moment of the blade's insertion. If you want to talk about where the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed. If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus, there was no bleeding. You are forgetting one vital thing, Miles Edgeworth. At least Jusinim's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot, it takes 15 minutes to travel from Dusky Bridge to Hazakura Temple. You mean to suggest someone carried the body all that way? I made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the event is absolutely perfectly plausible. Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to hear an explanation. Please show us the method with which the victim's body was carried to Hazakura Temple. It's the very thing we were given. That Fran's evidence back on her, the tracks photo. On that snowy night, there was one way that the body could have been moved. The snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon, but it also could have been used to carry a body. Order, order, order. Ugh. This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave. What do you mean? The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin? You're too late, Franziska von Karma. And in fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation. What? Where was the victim, Elise Jusinim, really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean? Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it. Objection. This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. Ouch. However, he would never utter a lie that would hurt a girl of whom he was enamored. He drew this, so it is something that actually happened. The Defense stands firm on this point.
Edgy. Thank you.
That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner. Excuse me? There was one reason, and one alone, for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case, and then pass it on to Wright.
Really? That's what this was all about? You could have just told me from the very beginning. And I wouldn't have had Francie whipping me all. Aye, ouch!
Miles Edgeworth, I don't care about what you were here to do. This was my chance to finally grind you under my heel. A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by.
What a shit! Ow, Francie!
Is this all your fault? Such a terrible witness.
You are an affront to.
Oh, ow, 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 ow! and then she started beating the shit out of him. I demand satisfaction. I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the question it raises. Have his words today here been truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I am counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution. And with this, the rest is up to you, Wright. Court is now adjourned. And thus the first half is done. We will be carrying on. I am going to take a quick 2-minute break though, just to change my water, because in this new bottle, a different bottle I'm using, it doesn't taste right. That's the only way to put it. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like a ever so slight after. I think like this is my big bottle. I always have like an extra on the side. I think I've left it too long. So I'm gonna go refill my old water and then do the second half. So I'll be back in just a tick. Dofdau has returned. Let's go on to the second half. How much have we got left, actually? Let me check. We've got 2 parts of the investigation, which is to be expected. And 3 parts to the trial. Okay. I think we can do this in one stream. I hope. I think it's possible we can do this in one stream. Make this whole stream just bridge to the turnabout. But if we crack right on. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. The first case my mentor Mia Fey had ever handled in the court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Yeah, case 4, like Phoenix reading back through it, was literally during this part. He was already hospitalized. Dahlia Horfin. What I have read, I don't want to believe. What is written here, this isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, and my throat burns. My head is on fire. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know he will be able to help me with him, somehow. February the 9th, 2:43 PM, Dusky Bridge. Right. Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face. Maybe Viridian in the artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102.2 degrees, nothing to worry about. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances. We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon. Yeah. In the end, the Shichisto did not deliver the deadly blow. Which means there must be another sword hiding out there. That's what we don't know about. Another sword, huh? Don't worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself, or I'll eat my coat. Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying an old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is our client's background. Naturally. You mean Iris, sir? I have a feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or another. And since I probably won't be getting that from you, I'm sorry, Edgeworth. I bid you adieu, right? Take care. Oh, why's my right eye being stingy? Maybe I should get moving too. Why? Do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta go to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Oh, that's right. Maya's still stuck over at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know. Thank you, Gumshoe. No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off. Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise. But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. When we start, we're going to the main gate. Come on, please. It's for the art's sake, I swear! There's only one guy I know who'd be this persistent and high-strung. Talking about the hero in here, the heroine of my book. It'll make you famous. Enough! Fools who foolishly accepts the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Huh? Me? Wait a second. I know you. You're, how? Your reflexes and mine still need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want to grill me over a name? Frenzy, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death, or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse? Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not. And I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick. Tell her, wouldn't you? Tell her she needs the model for my new picture book, Frenzy's Whipty Whip Trip. Before you ask me to model, learn to give at least semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says, I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh! Just like that dude in the red underwear. Maybe I'm going to forgive you guys when you come back crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. Talk to Fran about everything. Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right. Extending my perfect win record, naturally. Oh, joy. Sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? I am Francisco von Karma, the prodigy. I see. I gave up a promising career in Germany and came to this country for one sole reason. Revenge. Francisco was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 long years. But now, he is gone from this world. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me, this I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yes, Crystal. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. Edgeworth. Come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled into being the prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I'm here. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. Probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile, it's almost kind of cute. Phoenix! Aww! Phoenix! Ow! No smirking. No whipping the sick. Foolish fool, doing such a foolish favour for such a foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing, and that one thing only. To pulverize you! Not like I thought you were here to bring some cold killer X, you know. Oh, a nice little reference to the first case. I went over the whole case file on my flight over. You read the whole thing? Yes. Every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did made it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge. Do you even consider the dangers? No. The only thought in my mind was I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think is more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Humphrey said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's got to be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what really happened at the inner temple that night. Alright, Franny, you got nothing more for us. It was lovely to see you, but we're going to the courtyard. Bye. You have to go main hall, then courtyard. There's one long sigh. Sister Bikini. My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise? I think about it, and there's an acolyte stuck in the inner temple. And that poor little girl's gone missing too. Little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yeah, Pearls is still missing. Yeah, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been the same since this morning after the incident. She hasn't been seen since this morning after the incident. Since the morning. I can't speak. Pearls, she's missing? Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Oh, whoops. Let's go to courtyard first. Yeah, but we have to anyway, and then you turn back to the main hall to talk to Bikini. This is where Sister Bikini's witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are still some clues yet to be found. And then from here we go back to the main hall. So then I guess we can talk about everything here. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I'd never lie. I don't know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least I was until this morning. I don't see any psych logs, so she must be telling the truth. So why are you so unsure of yourself? Oh, yeah, right. You did get that back. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know that artist who testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. I felt like I might start flying myself.
When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I had acted just like him when I was on the witness stand.
I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble and nothing else. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, that can only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. On the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple. Is that correct?
That's right, I'm sure it was Iris.
But Iris claims she was in her room at Hazakura Temple.
I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night.
But because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the inner temple.
I'm so sorry. The drafts in this place are nothing but nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad.
I'll bet. The training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second.
Eagle Mountain's always been prone to earthquakes, just so you know.
Earthquakes?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall.
We've got to get Maya out of there, fast.
But still, there's really no need to worry. That area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island.
It's like an island? How so?
Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest.
I see.
So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. So as long as that bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there.
That means Maya could be stuck out there with a murderer and no way of escape either.
Oh dear, yeah, I suppose it does.
Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions.
Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something?
No. I want to know a little more about the victim, Miss Elise Jusenham.
I'm afraid I don't know her waist size or her bust size for that matter.
No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training.
My, you make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know.
There, you did it again. Sister Bikini? I noticed you always refer to Miss Jusenham as Mystic Elise.
Oh.
Yeah? Now, why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte.
We all dress our visitors as Mystic. It makes their experience feel authentic. Anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know?
How much older? We'd just say deceased, wouldn't it? Oh no, we don't know. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Never goddamn mind. 5 locks! Seems Miss Elise Jusenham was no ordinary visitor after all. And there's Pearls. She was with Miss Jusenham on the evening of the murder, and now she's vanished. It's all got to be connected somehow. Why do Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess?
Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together.
Oh man. My head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Pearls. She was with Miss Jusenham on the night of the murder, remember?
Yeah, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we finished eating dinner.
The murder. It didn't take place right in front of her innocent eyes, did it?
According to the detective, she hadn't turned up at her home either.
Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. Oh, whoops, wrong button. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me you're done with the repairs soon.
Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell?
There's where you've been, keeping nice and warm, I see. Detective, have you finished repairing the bridge? Yeah, I did. I told you I'd let you know.
Well, then I'll come along with you and...
Sorry, ma'am. No unauthorized entry. Access is restricted to people involved in the case.
What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You couldn't be much more involved than me.
Well, yeah, but that's not what I meant. Ow, ow, ow! Oh, hello again. It's been a while, Scruffy.
It's Miss Von Karma!
Sister, please leave the investigation to me.
My, well, you certainly seem to have everything under control.
I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris. What are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts, you know. Silence. I, Franziska von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation, so you will follow me. She's not seriously... She's going to follow me around, is she? It'll be main gate then, that, right? Oh, you did a pretty good job here, look! Oh, gumshoe. February 9th, in Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice. Pearls! Mr. Nick! Mr. Nick! So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely, I thought I was going to die. When I woke up this morning, I saw that dusky bridge was gone. I realised I was all alone. She was all alone? It must have been very trying for you, little girl. I'm Franziska von Karma, the prodigy. There's no need to worry now that I'm here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well? I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Looks like Pearl's words are getting under her skin. Yow! Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls. Weren't you with Maya? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about? Pearls. Mystic Maya. Hey, wait, Pearl. She just ran off. Ow! It was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was all that about? Pearl's acting like that, it's giving me the creeps. I guess I better take another look around since I finally got the chance. Especially since something about this place seems different than 2 days ago. You have to... It's this. This is different. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging for me to look inside. Well. Let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix, right? But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember... There was snow on this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix, Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Move to the training hall. What the heck? Why is there a lock on the door like that now? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? A strange lock. It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is really giving us some strange vibes. Examine the scroll on the wall and examine the lock. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix, Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's a different atmosphere in this room since I was last here. No, it's not a different atmosphere, it's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it has been completely covered in gravy. Ah, yes, there is a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. No, no one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be gravy that we had on that roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost as if they're guarding something inside the cavern. I've seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen these locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the ones that guard a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern. What took you so long? I thought... I thought even you'd manage to get here faster than this, Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. Prosecutor? How come you didn't show up at the trial today? I could ask you the exact same question. Huh? But I had a cold, so... I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough, I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She is an acting prosecutor in your absence today. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Who do you think you are? This case is my... Hey, Philly. Know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. Jesus Christ, Godot. Holy shit. Whoa, Godot, you can't talk like that. It's 2022, don't you know? I'm only going to say this once, Lady Von Whipperberg. Go home. Phoenix, right. What are you hitting me for? You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you've set something in motion you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. Getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger, or is it sorrow? You have some important business and that's why you weren't in court, huh? So what was it? I've told you once before, perhaps you don't remember. I've returned from the depths of hell to do battle with you. You see, Trite, I have experienced something most have not. Death. You died? Of course. Being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your eternal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. Even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is... This ugly device? I promise it is not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk on my body going with regular servicing. I'm sorry, but you say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, Trite, you. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It will all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier, you said I've done something I can never undo. What do you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching. Searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and... I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing at right now. It's the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched this cavern yet, huh? Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No. Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool. If that's the situation, Why aren't you there with a search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite. Once again, a woman dies because of you. Once again? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her! No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. But she bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Yeah, that one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught. But that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time. You, no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher? Well then, I'd say you've learned nothing, Trite. You robbed her of her life. Now, you've let her sister suffer the same fate. I haven't sentenced Maya to death. No. What is this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would, well, let's just say the inner temple on the sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well, then there I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key. Sure, just show me where the keyhole is on the trick lock. There's no keyhole. That's right, an interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock is the only one who can open it. Then who was it? Simple. The accused. What? Iris? When an acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern, the attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there. Sister Bikini did mention it a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one who can open this lock. I've arranged for her to be brought here now. Iris is the only person who can open this lock. Hope she gets here soon. Hang on in there, Maya. We'll get you out. So, I should be getting back to work. Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you? There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the secret cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You'd better start praying. You'd better pray that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon. Edgeworth? Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never. Yeah, you should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix, right? That's what everyone says. It's like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. And from there, after all that, a really nice, pleasant catch-up, we'll be leaving the inner temple gate to instead go a new direction. I don't know, should I or shouldn't I? Like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Oh, hello, Gumshoe. Yeah, I guess I better wash that off, that's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that, I'm a detective. My brain is driving me nuts. Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting, a friendly tap on the shoulder, with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Is something on your mind? How do you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide if you wanted to wash that off or not. How do you know, sir? Oh, yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I, kinda already snuck in there. Is he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? Huh? A kinda garden-like garden. A garden? Yeah, anyway, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm asking you, pal. You got me? Is it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. Oh, jeez. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's the strange writing on the stone lantern? What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come here. Don't you know, Scruffy? A Von Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there is plenty of clues to be found here. But... examine the small red charm on the floor. There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It's pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it too. Apparently it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Dusenham? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The end of the cord found on both the victim and on the charm matches exactly. Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket to getting some very big answers. Examine the text. What the heck is that? Oh, you spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be more obvious. It says Maya. Upside down, but yeah. Yeah, and before you ask, it's written in blood. Oh, it's the 11037 thing again. Do you think like the person was on the back of the wall and wrote it behind them? We will answer all of our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. And then it's just talk to him about everything. Yep. So how's the Inner Temple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world making the place. Forensic team? And what was the outcome of this scientific study? Nothing! Scientifically speaking, this place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern and the surrounding area that's not covered in snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. What, have you been hanging out with Emma? So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were... it's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I'd better look into them myself. About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yes, we had. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's nowhere else she could have disappeared to on this side of the Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. We'll have to wait, since she is the only one who can open the door of the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what it is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, Mr. Edgeworth sounded so down, I felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Maya. So these letters are written in blood. Yeah. What's worse that it's the victim's blood. Huh? This is Miss Dusenham's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down. Yeah, it's because it was the same thing with Sayaka in Danganronpa 1. It's because she was writing it, to her, it was upside up. If you write something like that, try and write it upside up, when you turn around and look at it, it would be upside down visually. Well, I just came up with my own answer, the result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really, do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, the stone lantern was upside down. Anyway, there really is only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Dusenham wrote these letters herself, in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems pretty likely that this garden was the scene of Miss Elise Dusenham's murder. At least, that's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? It's literally the 11037 issue. So, Miss Dusenham was killed here. If you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then, what Sister Kini saw in the courtyard at the Detention Temple was... well, what was it? If if that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Von... Oh! Surely a special gumshoe investigation would reveal the answer, no? Wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here. Someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget, Phoenix Wright. Ever since the incident occurred, this place has been completely inaccessible. Because Dusky Bridge was completely burned down. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the land as soon as I got here. It really was the scene of the crime, and I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Go all the way to the main hall. Seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright! Iris, really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Remind him, we've got to hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important to you is locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? Alright. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth. I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright. I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break this to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean by a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, Wright. It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can't allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright. But it's Maya, Mr. Wright. All that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Aye. Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us. Ah! This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention? She's right. Thanks for reminding me. Sister Bikini looks like she's still shrunk. She's shrunk some since I last saw her. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two, how are you doing? From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accomplice by that handsome crimson-clad prince. She's talking about Edgeworth? It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it was my fault this happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to do, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Blue Suit didn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh? Me? Ah! Oh, yes. You did great, Sister Bikini. Absolutely spectacular! You two are the only ones who've said that to me. Can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure. She was brave to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. It's time to break those psych locks. Yeah, she won't talk about Elise. The Crane Master's Talisman and the Hanging Scroll. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sister Bikini, the truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Ducenham had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had a special significance, I believe that's to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She was... Mystic Elise was an author, just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory though. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Ducenham's true identity. Take that! Have you figured out who it is yet? Miss Ducenham had this charm with her at all times. Ah, where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volume about who Miss Dusenham really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove her identity. Take that! The painting is obscured by a gravy stain at this moment. But this scroll shows the master of the Korean channeling technique. The crest at the top is a sign of that honourable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. This crest is reserved for the master of the Korean. Who on earth told you this nonsense? I got no idea what you're talking about. The new master, Maya Fey, told me. What? What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Fey's daughter? Yes. You sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Fey's sole successor. Mystic Misty. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. When she showed me this talisman with the mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all. The murder victim! Was Maya's mother. That's, like, you know, all that fucking searching narrowly missed her. And it was even, like, foreshadowed, because Maya admitted when she saw the scroll, the only reason she knew it was the scroll was of her mother was because of the symbol. She couldn't recognize her face. Foreshadowing that she could literally bump into her own mother and not know it's her. No one had seen her 17 years ago, after all. What is the significance of that talisman, sister? The Crane talisman is a symbol of the Master Crane. Yet bearer must carry it with them always until their death. Until their death. So Elise Dusenham was really Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Fey, the master of the Korean channeling technique. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister. After 17 years, why did she choose to show herself now? Because something happened that called her out of hiding. What happened? Well, there's an earthquake. What's happening? Can't be. Earthquake! Ah! Oh my goodness, the Unit Temple is kind of the tremor might... Unit Temple? The sacred caverns in the training room, it might very well cave in. What? Maya! It seems to have passed. Well, we can't just stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the Inner Temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Of course. You run along now. People might have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. We won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. Yeah. I wonder if he's alright. I wonder if the guy who's, you know, another thing tying to the past. I told you, this case, like, taps into everything of the past. Even, you know, his fear of earthquakes after, you know, the DL6 incident from the first game. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come now, let's go. Gotta hurry to the Inner Temple and... Right. Ah! What are you doing here? Ugh. How could I have? How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Yow! Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? Shh. She's gone. No. The defendant, Iris. She's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now during the... It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness. His fear of earthquakes. I should have known better to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? There's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the Inner Temple area is a dead end. She only could have escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth. Have you thoroughly checked the Inner Temple yet? Don't be ridiculous. Why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the quake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check on the situation? Listen, Edgeworth. I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get to the training hall's sacred ground cavern now. Alright, let's go. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in, but what we found was something none of us ever expected. Yep. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris! Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? Alright, part 2 of the investigation, here we go. And then starts the very long-winded second half of the trial. Right, this is what Godot was talking about. Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove all these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know that there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. If only I was stronger. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're the one to talk with your face all green. Miles, Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. It'll be ridiculous. I'm perfectly... There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. It's so cool to see so many different characters in the investigation sort of thing. Like that we've had like Fran with us for most of it. That we've like been bouncing off Edgeworth, even playing as him for some of this. We had a run-in with Godot. Like it's like a bunch of fucking legends in one area. Got so much pride in that he's probably off crying in a corner in the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. We don't actually have to talk to her at all, is the thing. Our next location is the training hall. The guy doesn't say anything about talking to her right this second. So we're going to leave and head over towards the Heavenly Hall. Trying to get into the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again.
Oh, Mr. Nick!
Pearls, what are you doing here?
Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright?
Well, we don't know yet.
Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick?
Larry?
This is the loser's shack, where losers get together and lose themselves.
This is the what?
Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Lawrence did a picture of me.
That's, great, Pearls.
We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire, so stay out of our way.
I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man?
No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya.
Talk to Pearl about everything. Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture?
I got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl, two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore.
What am I gonna do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls?
I think it's really well drawn. Can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream, a wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Lawrence... Not you too. Don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you.
I guess this picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw.
Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was right awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew that picture.
And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value.
Hey, why do you look of doubt? What's the look of doubt on your face?
Pearls.
Yeah, Mr. Nick?
I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you? And what exactly happened? And what exactly were you doing when it all happened?
I was just a kid, you know. I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick?
Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Jusenham's room reading a book together, but Miss Jusenham was murdered and you, Pearls, were at the inner temple. Just what exactly happened that night? Pearls.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. I've been a bad girl. That's why I've been punished.
What are you talking about, Pearls?
My spiritual power, it's disappeared.
What? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean the powers disappeared, Pearls?
It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for?
Pearls. You tried to channel someone's spirit right here at the Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps?
There you go, Nick. You made her cry. That was really cool of you. What?
Just as I thought. I'm going to have to break her sight looks to get the truth out of her. But we'll get to that, because we need to go. Suspension bridge, main gate, main hall. I wonder if Sister Bikini is back in the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe around in a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. But Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Oh, no, here she is.
Well, what's the damage? How's the secret cavern?
Looks like it survived. We have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the cavern.
But who could have done that? The only person who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Korean tradition.
We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Miss Sister Bikini.
Oh yeah? We were in the middle of a chat, weren't we?
Yes. You were telling me how the Master of Korean disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple.
It was about a week ago when Mystic Elise, now I mean Mystic Misty, arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said,
"Someone is trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Someone was trying to destroy the main family line?
There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master of Korean, and her daughter's the main family.
All other mediums become branch family members, no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have and always will plot to erase those of the main family line. Yeah, it's from case 2 too. But before we do that, there is a courtyard we need to go check out. For a very important reason too. It's like someone's happy. As soon as they humming. No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me, no motive, no crime. I remember when we used to search in the channeling room in Korean. Whoop, oh, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along the way. I've never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. Oh, whoops. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. That barbed sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found those weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? You see it? The main gate's on the other side of that stone wall. The difference of elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how steep that hillside is. And there's also the height of the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Mr. Unison was pushed from the top of the wall? Oh, we can't interact with the stepladder yet. Okay. We need to interact with the stepladder. Anyway, talk to Gumshoe about everything. And I'll scroll down. So how's the investigation going? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal. But I guess it can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place at the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking the body writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean? I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that secret cavern, we're going to be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me. I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Burnt up old letter? Yeah. It was in the incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. The incinerator? I knew it! I knew it was. I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away. Which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Not to be important if you mention spirit mediums and masters. Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights up bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is. She is out. The whole. Use a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is burn the also tell anyone about this letter, gravely roast the master in fire of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done leering at crimes, pal. So what have you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the chi sword that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yeah, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, it is tiring work, let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We've got the feather of forensics on the cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? Oh, not this again. Another reference to the past. What's this secret weapon of yours? You wanna know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? He's got the metal detector out from the first game, from 1-4. Any questions so far? No. I know what he's going to say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! Metal detector. Here's your hand if you didn't see us coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. When you try giving it a try? I don't know. Should I help him? Fine. Come on, pal. Good, I'm telling you. Alright, then. I'll give it a go. Like I said, it's the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive, you could make it cry. It's so high-tech, you could skydive off it. Oh, bother. So, I'm going to tell you how to use it. Possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, turn it on. Yep. It goes off at literally everything. Next. Move the detector around and give the courtyard a good scan. Don't worry, yada yada. Press the X button to scan. The thing picks up metallic sounds. It's good to look at anything around. Look, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference? It looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. There are plenty of guys like you. I was picking on the smallest details. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for the head of lettuce. That's a cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro. The last person I need advice from is the guy in front of me. There we go. Ladder versus step ladders. Trophy unlocked. Get every single ladder versus step ladder conversation across the whole trilogy. We have interacted with all of them. Anyway, examine the staff on the floor. This is her staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector is reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, right? I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't that the whole point of a metal detector, to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing's causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... The top's coming off. Oh, what you've done. You've damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah. That's a sword. Inside the staff. Is this... Could it be... a murder weapon? I guess there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They call this kind of a sword cane, pal. This one, a real gem. Workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed their own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. The real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden. Then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe, who knows about this hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about it until I discovered it just now. Well, when they say there's no team in Gumshoe, it doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess it isn't the murder weapon, huh? No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. Got the same length as the she-sword as well, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm going to run over to the forensics. There's got to be some traces on the blood left, even if most of it's been wiped off. See you later, pal. Every case is going to be airtight. Every case is going to be airtight. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're going to get that stuff and analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think Maya's been Please, detective, let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of radiant there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This star's secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it, didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. It is just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Can't help but wonder, though, what else was Elise using him doing with a staff like this in the first place? Alright, off to the main hall we go back. Talk to her about everything. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirit of the dead plenty of times. During the Master Mask case, and during the Maggie Bird trial. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me when I need her the most. The Korean technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's all true psychic power, you know? Members of the tradition have always been there, behind every important leader. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you to be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? You don't believe in that anymore, you see? All because of one little mistake. A mistake? The DL6. It was 17 years ago, and it wasn't a mistake. She was actually right. It was just the person who spoke misunderstood and came crashing down, all because of that incident. She's talking about what I think she is. I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. The DL6. I knew it. The DL6. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Though Misty Faye's trial, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. That man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, or everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Mystic Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it weren't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last. But with a new master wielding the power of the clan, does she mean Maya? The spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. Wright told me the exact same thing before. The women of the Fae clan have always been spirit mediums. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the women in the family can inherit that power. The main family bloodline stems directly from Mystic Amy. With each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master, and that's the one. And the ones who don't become branch families. That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yeah, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother, and lost her life as a result. You know what Mystic Mia is rumoured to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mum and her aunt. That's right, Mystic Faye had an elder sister too, and Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan Faye. Morgan? Yeah, there's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Korean village. Now, this last case, the reason why it's so big is because it ties up every fucking thing. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must already realise that Iris... Huh? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter. What? Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Did you just say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. It sounded like you'd met one of the Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yeah, Pearl Faye. But I always thought she was an only child. You jest, that child, she's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan? But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It's all done to set Pearls up as the next master. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3? Yeah, Iris, a twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. What? Twin sister? Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It was many years later that Karain's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realised his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. How awful. He was a jeweller, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up, to be looked after by us here at the temple. That became Iris, you see. It was unbelievable. If Iris had a twin sister... Could it be... Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweller. Well, that's a clue, I guess, a jeweller. Thank you very much. You've helped me clear up a lot of details. Pearl's the 2 older sisters, huh? Yeah, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by the jeweller. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls. It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was about to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris is a twin sister. The plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions and get more information. We have everything. We need to go to the garden. Now we're going to go pester Edgeworth. So much running around. How much we got left? Garden? Yeah. Okay, 3 more locations. My throat's starting to ache a little. Cops are still combing this place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe he's still bothering him. Edgeworth. Ugh. Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris? Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? Can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweller, I think. A jeweller? Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. You mean because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect, Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes. No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. Still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. We're really going to go over the L6? Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and passed out. That is when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but... such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, Wright. Nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. And not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think. So no more of this self-pity, okay? It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, aren't you? You knew about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was the key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister? Well, her stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. In case one of this game opened. The woman who tried to kill me. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead, Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Mia Fey! At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed. I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with this case. She's dead. And once someone is dead, there's no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? I wonder. Seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. What is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Karain channeling technique. Did you say Karain channeling technique? Oh crap, Mother's Day over... Oh yeah, it is Mother's Day in the US, isn't it? Oh yeah, go dude, go dude. Yeah, Mother's Day in the UK was a while ago. But yeah, I forgot it's a different day for you guys. Yeah, go enjoy it, dude. Do you know something about it? Is it all the talk of mothers in this? Oh yes, I know it's connected to the fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent. I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of the channeling school. But you know what happened. It As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they're all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 innocent case file and you'll know. Of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday, and then you'll see that the crane channeling technique is real. Move to the training hall. Back in just a second. I'm back, it's just that the doorbell rang. Okay, talk to Iris. Now we're actually going to talk to her. Why'd you make a run for it, Iris?
I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquakes we had. I was so worried I just had to come and see.
In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that.
I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but...
But what?
Then I saw the chains here. I saw these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Korean tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who can set the lock can open it.
And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Franziska von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now, somehow, there's 5 of them.
What does that mean?
It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before we got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. That means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one.
Yes, that's correct.
What? Iris, try to think, please. Isn't there any way around this?
Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if we went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess.
A day?
Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do that for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can.
Gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're going to have to call in on your inner strength now.
You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get.
And what might that be, Phoenix Wright?
I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you?
Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room in the Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the inner temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime at Hazakura Temple too. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the inner temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. It's alright, we've got the Magatama for this. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Take that! I think it's time you told us the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at Hazakura Temple the entire time. You still claimed that to be the truth?
Yes, that's where I was.
Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Talking about Sister Bikini, of course.
Sister Bikini.
Her testimony in court today was very clear.
That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently, so I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to the Hazakura Temple.
Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the inner temple on the night of the murder.
That's very impressive, Mr. Wright.
The acolyte's actual training was due to start at 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that?
Let me see.
It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the inner temple. So it would have been left around 9:40, I think. I'm sorry, Iris, but lying doesn't suit you. Huh? Now, you say you left the main hall at 9:40, but it doesn't add up with Iris's testimony. You yourself testified to the contrary, do you remember? You said that you rang the lights of the bell at 10 that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me. Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right, I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's like you told me exactly It's time you told me exactly what's going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the inner temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There were 2 of you. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. Which means there must have been 2 of you. Can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How can that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Impossible? I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? And show me the evidence. Show me something that proves there's more than 1 of me. You have a twin. Oh, that's like the hair colour difference as well. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin, perhaps. That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is a channeling dojo, a training ground for the Korean channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister, Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. Just as I suspected. The Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do? I already betrayed her once before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. That's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. How did you betray her, Iris? It's no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. What? But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She She must be talking about Morgan. Her mother was the eldest daughter of the main family of the Fey family. The main family had a lot of influence on many businesses and political circles at the time. And the eldest daughter, our mother, was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired, because our mother's sister took it all from her. She took over as the master of Khura'in. That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Khura'in tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. DL6. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive, and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple? Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh. And I hadn't seen my mother since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how this piece fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student? Have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose I'd better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's psych lock. Go to the Heavenly Hall. Look at that. They really made a fire right in front of that shack. Oh, Mr. Nick. Hey, you're too late, Nick. You came here for one of our potatoes. We've already polished them all off. I think I'm pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just have to find out what Pearl's hiding. The night of the crime. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Jusenum's room reading a book together, correct? Yep, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I don't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Jusenum's room because she was too worried about something or someone else. Pearls, on the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? The next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is this. Oh, it was literally the first one. Whoops. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Oh. You knew that the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was a special course. I signed up for your special course. Well, my, quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one of those you channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple and mine in the first place, you felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could have happened to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What we're not clear on is what happened after that. About what time was it you headed over to the Inner Temple? Probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow, I didn't get there until 10 o'clock. After 10? How do you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple bell is pretty small though, isn't it? It must have been really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up on the sound of that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell is because of this. You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper. Where did you... In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions of in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the light out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt. But the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note and the purpose of the writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. Pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person who's trying to channel that night was Dahlia. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris whose sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearl doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who wrote these set of instructions for you to follow? Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother that asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? You're trying to say I followed these instructions. I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. She'd say anything rather than admit to carrying out those instructions. Guess I have to produce more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right. There's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? Couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were very carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. It was you who splattered gravy on the hanging scroll, wasn't it? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written on the letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring out our vengeance to fruition? You didn't know how to read the word gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know that? Remember the conversation you had with Miss Deucenham on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? Mr. Lees, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. It's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Deucenham taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea, just a tiny bit. I really am useless. Couldn't even burn the letter properly on my mother that asked me for me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple, with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw a picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I'm sure it was the Master of Karain, like it said in the letter. I see, and then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow, so I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yeah, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then, Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yeah, when I woke up, it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore, and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and then I let off some steam by chucking the gravy on the scroll while you cried. And you let off some steam while you cried? It must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the light out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So I channeled Dahlia Horfan's... So you channeled Dahlia Horfan's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it? I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and tried and tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. I'll let you get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. But she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yeah, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Please tell me what it is. It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yeah, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean, on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Horfan. I am a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. A final wish? Yeah, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. To make sure to follow the instructions carefully. This letter. Don't really need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. And last month she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now, listen carefully, and I'll tell you where the letter's hidden. My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Moms will do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it already had good for her too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter too.
A picture? Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough for them to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. I'm sure it's pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Thanks, pals. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us. So I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at the innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Ha!
Oh, finally figured it out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is.
Godot.
The entrance to this secret cavern was like a frickin' puzzle workshop.
I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort.
But it's all a waste of time.
Why do you say that?
Because Maya Fey isn't coming back.
What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that?
It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances.
I realize that, but...
And you were the only one who was by their sides. You were the only ones who could have saved them.
But I didn't know anything about what was going on.
Ah! What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle everything in court tomorrow, once and for all.
Mr. Nick, is what that man said true?
You'll be alright, pals. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick.
There's 9 testimonies we're going to be doing. Oh, jeez. 9 testimonies. So that's something like, what, another hour, potentially? But if it's going to be too short to just leave to do on the next one. So we're going to do it all in this stream. Otherwise, the next stream will be way too short.
My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, your master's seat is yours. My last great wish. It seems I was just in time. February the 10th, 9:39 AM, District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself?
Morning, pals.
Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya.
I'm sorry. We don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple.
Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks by the training hall?
No. She's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court.
Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby?
I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Fran isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She has been over there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. They've come a long way from the start. Still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Junisim, no, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 AM, Court 7. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. And the music. I know this has been like the trial theme all game, but this is the one where it counts. This is the one where it's like, no, everything's been building to this. Now it's time to do it. Your Honor, what are you? Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he develops a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Oh, I'm preemptive drinking fucking water if Godot's about to talk. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. The court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to anyone anymore. It's all right. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Oh, are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Junisim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. What? Order in the court, order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? 3 minutes in court, I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Everyone's on the planet. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's the murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Iris' testimony crumpled up and shoved into her pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. No, I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that is why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh?
Wake up and smell the coffee, trite.
She's naming. Maya? Maya can't escape a single game without being accused of something? Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try and protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until an appropriate time. Now witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. The real murderer. I went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. When Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected? Suspected? And I can speak? Why didn't you just throw her in the river? Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. As I remember what voice I gave him. It's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Press Iris on the statement when Mystic Maya was still stumbling. Hold it! She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Junisum tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Fey? Yes, exactly.
You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of the Worcester sauce. You have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem? There's one thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do?
But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, don't just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay, now, let's continue.
Present the victim's staff to the statement. Objection! Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Junisium throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Actually, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Junisum, or Jusinim, really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger, when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over a blade.
Well,
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Take that! Elise Junison would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name is not Elise Junison. Her real name was Misty Fey.
Fey?
No, not Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to...
Misty Fey is the master of the Korean channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
It's really true, Mr. Wright. Miss Elise Junison was actually the great mystic Misty. There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea.
I can hardly believe it.
The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years, perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh.
Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seems natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1, that the victim supposedly threw a sword during the fight, and 2, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story becomes difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in the world that is impossible. Except for the one little thing.
Yes? What is that one little impossible thing?
Ah! You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted, but you have no idea, Grams.
Could you get to your point? I know there's a motorbike outside. I think it's because you have a neighbour who's got a motorbike. I think he's probably just setting up, so he's got the engine whirring. It will go in a minute.
I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty.
And that is the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the back of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood in this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I'd taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee. Did you say it was your 8th? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analysed from such short notice.
In any case, the court would accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure to treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Cute girls never lie. Ever.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one in the defense with her back on the stone lantern.
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That is a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Present the autopsy report to the statement. That was when Mystic Maya stabbed. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back, you get my drift.
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection, could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and just illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean? Yeah, that's right, drink your coffee in your own time.
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what the witness actually said?
Possibly to Godot, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light.
By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule that the nights when the acolyte is in the temple training... Let me say that. Hazakura has a rule that on the nights when the acolyte is at an inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit.
I'd wonder what the stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible?
It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had been in total nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No!
Order!
Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind.
Stone lantern added to the record. Why is the judge just sitting there with a look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was the flame too hot?
This lantern, there's something written on it. What? It's written in blood.
Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood?
Remember, we've established this several times. Godot can't see the colour red. At all. Where he lost his eyesight and has to use those goggles to see it. The goggles have a red light on them. So anything that is red in the world around him, he can't see because of the red light the goggles give. They blend in.
It says Maya upside down. What the?
Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body.
Certainly looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. His lantern is as clean as a whistle.
Could it be? You can't see the bloody writing at all. Now that I think about it, he did say something to me yesterday.
My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
So that's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot?
Okay then. Let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss De Unisum was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong.
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across the Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shi sword to alter the way the wound looked.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan, but even so, I never imagined that Elise Junisum was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin.
Terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intend to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Press ice on the statement. I used the snowmobile to carry it back. The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Ask about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then it should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks.
This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks under that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see... I don't see what's so strange about that. The snow was still I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. The snow was still falling, huh?
And then, when the murder took place, it already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. It doesn't make any sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honour, I'd like that statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have anything to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record.
This should be fun. You, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Present weather data. Oh, objection. You claim that when the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. Well, I'm sorry, Iris, it just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you couldn't have crossed the Dusky Bridge at that time.
Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
What? But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No.
Order, order, order.
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body.
Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squats right now.
Squat?
The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right?
Yes, of course, but
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Junison was discovered at the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Junison's body.
He makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. Why are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow, the body travelled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way to get across that burnt-out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
it looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
Alright then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You have admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation of that for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body, so I must have gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there was a way to cross the burning bridge?
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see.
This is a photo of the Dusky Bridge after it burnt down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
Certainly was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth, and Maya will be accused of murder.
Trite. I'm only going to say this one more time. It is only human to err, and only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Present Larry's sketch to the statement. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. Can't believe we're going to use Larry's goddamn sketch. This stupid fucking objection. Dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out that possibility.
What?
Ha! You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that you've been pulled out of thin air.
I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen.
That's preposterous.
Who is it? Who is this witness? I'm checking out here. Gotta keep on going on the attack and go, go, go. Mr. Elisa Junison's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Lawrence Jusinum. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's the exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, you're seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air, and you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Well tried, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Upside down? Why did Godot say that? Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think the old whisker face is going to give any more mistakes. Right, think it over. Upside down. If it looks upside down, it's like she's fallen off instead. The sketch is drawn is a complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can't see that. No, that's what I mean, Your Honour. Lawrence Denusian stated over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we are to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Ah, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back at that finger-pointing thing again. Alright, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality, do you know it? Choose the left suspension wire. This is where it's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Huh. Is that thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us where the reality supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out that this sketch contradicts reality. It shouldn't have been that one that broke off. That's a photo of the Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare it to the sketch and the photo for a minute. It appears the wires above... in the sketch, the wire appeared to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jessafat, the wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, it isn't likely that the artist just saw it wrong, or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Lawrence, I admit a mistake is definitely possible. But then, that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was his reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Lawrence was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for the lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shot from the sky and set the bridge aflame. He pondered what sort of position... Now ponder what sort of position Lawrence must have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? Can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honour. There's the reason why the wires in the sketch are to go up instead of down. Oh, no way. Lawrence witnessed the event while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene of what he saw is actually upside down. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally onto... You get it, Your Honour. The correct way to view Lawrence's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order. Objection.
Of all the things to say, a pendulum?
The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if a body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. That's where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and the pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yes, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them.
What?
I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had rope on hand to create a pendulum? I think? I've lost track because there's so many things in a row. I think this is it. What do you think, Mr. Godot?
I think that Mr. Trite's lucky there's no rope around it.
Huh? Even if it's just a sliver of rope. Wrapping around your... tight around your... Yeah, okay. I did lose track. Saying that it was just a matter of using... The rope was already there. Yeah, what happened there is I lost track of where I was and clicked on the one ahead of where we are. It's the autopsy report we present. What do you think, Mr. Godot? No, never mind. We have to present the rope. We have to present the photo a second time. Hang on. But it's all just... Hang on. It's all... Oh no, you won't be able to see the screen because of the brightness. Probably. Never mind. It's literally just a wall of, like, text. And so losing it. It's the Dusky Bridge photo. The meaning of this is... You want to know where the rope came from? It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Oh! This is one of those wires from the bridge. And the lightning struck... When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire... One of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Unisom's body. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Huh. Glug, 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 glug. Mr. Godot? Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of the rope being readily available were very high, so I suppose it's not all an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum?
Now we present the autopsy report. Because she was bruised to hell. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it was the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you say something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this, the autopsy report. It says here that her body fell around 10 feet from her after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. The one that came off Miss Elise's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
Indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found...
Oh, precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided with us the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. Mr. Wright?
I thought this cold coffee might help cool you down.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
That was a dark and bitter guess you made there, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh, what would that be?
The aroma.
Huh?
A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma.
The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee sense. Can you elaborate a bit more?
If the criminal has sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge, so who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite?
Mr. Godot is correct. There can't be a work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do?
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to the Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person?
You already know this, it was Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris.
Huh? But I
don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never have picked up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, his little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple's garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
I haven't forgotten. But have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave me your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by the eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved during the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I don't know anything about pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. Yep, that's the reason why she's staying in testimony to the first place. This is actually Dahlia we're talking to. What? How could you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying the witness isn't Iris of Hasakura Temple?
Objection! Are you serious? Trite. You mean this woman is...
There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I've got it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why our whole demeanour changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin the murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
Ah, it's just your imagination, Krabs. The file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh yes, I remember now, the case 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne.
I just wanted to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine.
No, the honor's all mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom.
What? Order!
Wait a moment. How can you? My sister, she's already dead. What kind of objection?
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Korean channeling technique flows within that body. The Korean channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium.
What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to be templed where her twin sister Iris was.
Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes.
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens?
Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written here in these instructions.
What's that?
These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan, and part of a plan for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hasakura Temple.
2 of them?
Even at the time of the channeling was planned out, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words 10 PM, however, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at the dinner was the real one. And the Iris who gave me this hood at the main hall was also the real one. Meaning that the Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? The whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing at the witness stand is the real Iris.
What?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. The meeting Sister Bikini and the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by Benjamin.
That's right.
Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. They found Iris in her room and arrested her, and ever since she's been under police supervision at the Detention Center.
Yes, I suppose.
Thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced.
But something still seems off, way off. Still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night.
I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places?
Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, has there been any chances for Iris to switch places? There was one. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown.
Unknown? What do you mean?
What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give the murder suspect time to move free like that? I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Person who gave that was Edgeworth. That Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake?
Earthquake? Oh my goodness, the inner temple is kind of trembling my...
Yeah, I know her accent keeps switching. Don't question it. Shush. Shush you. Shush all of you. How could I have? She fled. She escaped. Put my water here for a sec, 'cause I need to put my phone back on charge. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judging this, right? Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. My current profession? Permanently retired. Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her and for myself. Right, time to go to part 2. So there's 3 parts to this trial. Part 2 is the shortest of the 3, however. Part 2 is us versus Dahlia, the whole, like, for pretty much the whole thing. 1:06 PM, District Court number 7. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we, Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems as if we're to learn the truth. We'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. When you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The whole plan began with my death, a stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya? Yes. You have a problem with that? You don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well. I had to kill Maya. Could it be true? Press Dahlia on everything. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. Jesus Christ. They didn't just give a lethal... Hang on a minute, they didn't give her a lethal injection? They hung her? They hanged her? Sorry? Fuck! How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. That was when you discussed the plan? Ha! Are you crazy? But first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. We'll make Pearl Fay the master of Karain. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on that plan. Plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple.
You mean Iris?
Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? On top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fay helped all of her broken hopes and dreams into that poor child's bag. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have had to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill her? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. And I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me.
So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She and I look almost absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would have think it was Iris who had done it.
And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini.
I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
Well, why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me, just as the woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fay. That is absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped inside this sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I despised you. Your snivelling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. Then tell me why. Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. My own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Horfin, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Present me a Fay too. Do you understand why? Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either.
You wanted to take revenge on someone?
I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fay. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. I was at
It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Is it because Mia was already dead?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies. The spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her in my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia. It was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that, just so you could kill Maya, your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It's a cruel plan, cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 PM, I materialized into this world and quickly pinned my hair up and put on my demon warding hood. And then picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So it was Elise who channeled her after all. This ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back clutching her poor old back.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in the front of the stone lantern, and I took out the dagger and got her into the storeroom and... So then you're saying that you stabbed Maya? Strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed.
You were stabbed?
At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. It's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her. Can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops?
I don't have any memory of the actual killing Maya Fey of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in a sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern?
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. It wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the cavern. Morning, only two people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went to cover up the hanging scroll with gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The files had already started to gather. The flies. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realised I would get a chance to see Maya's corpse if I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the secret cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out of my sacred cavern and I got a feel of the situation. And I locked her away in my place.
finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I assumed that it was Pearl.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person who was actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What?
Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her in my own hands after all, but even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit.
And that is...
Matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. Ugh. No way.
Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there?
What? What do you mean?
What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the secret cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
Do I have to spell it out for you? The bottom of Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever. That's been proven not true twice, because you, Dahlia, at age 14 survived it, and then Phoenix survived it himself when the bridge broke. What do you have to say now, Feeny? Ugh.
What? No, are you serious? That is Godot. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone.
What kind of ringtone is that?
Godot here. Okay, thanks. Something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the secret cavern. That's great. What about Maya?
There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris.
Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there just yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she?
There was no one else found inside the cavern.
No. Can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No.
No!
Think about it though, Phoenix. If Iris has been found, who's Dahlia possessing now?
It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer is Elise, also known as Misty Fey. Was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped into her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
Can't be. Huh.
Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem.
What is this that supposed to mean, Godot?
According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place at the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right, that's where she jumped from.
But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the river?
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence to refute that claim?
Yes, you present the map. Wherever the hell that is in this long list of stuff we have. There it is. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows this better than the witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. Below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh. Oh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo.
So you finally figured it out.
You. No! Order. You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey was inside the sacred cavern. We know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River.
Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities.
Now, although it seems improbable, there should be one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility that you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living here have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I... Ultimate punishment? Was she Junko? Miss Hawthorne? I tell you in Mo, this is very instant. Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left, namely she's right here in this courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? She's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little snivelling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. You have failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Is there any explanation? Yes, it could be someone else. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone else that called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already, I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What?
But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal?
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey.
Yes, that's right. But if Maya's channeling the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her...
Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be... It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor.
Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing, killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. No. Don't say that. You're saying that Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya, the only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple.
I don't believe you. Stupid little girl like that, who's never been out in the real world, could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Horfin. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moment of your fight, you lost consciousness. You were stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in, and asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Horfin as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Horfin would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls. Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother's Morgan Fey's instruction. If she succeeded in channeling Dahlia Horfin's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Horfin would have used the body of Pearl to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, that certainly sounds like what is the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yeah, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes. Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. You got your hands on the $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. That's because of that stupid oath of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wiped that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape. And even though she was right there in front of you... Mia Fey? You spinester. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey, like I swore I would. If only you'd gotten that spiky head jerk the guilty verdict, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia. You'll never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, somewhere in between, you'll never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. Oh, this bit coming up, really, yeah, this bit coming up slightly creepy, just as a warning. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said that there was no way we could punish you. because you were already dead. How about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong! It can't be! Oh no, not yet. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I didn't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Okay, what the fuck? Yeah. I'm not ready to go. And then Maya was freed. Now then, I assume that you are the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say that you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird. Give me 1 second. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concrete effort to study up on the Kurain channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different. It takes place in its own world, if you will. Wait, hang on. I will be finishing this case today, but it's like there's going to be a slight awkwardness of timing because my lovely mother dearest is literally middle of cooking dinner. I just got a random text saying, "Oh, it'll be like 15 minutes," and the last piece of this trial, it's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's 4 more very lengthy testimonies, and so to get through all of them in under 15 minutes would be insane. It wouldn't happen. And I don't want to rush it because it's the most significant part of the entire story. So what I'll do, when we reach the end of... because we're still in part 2 right now. I'll get to the end of part 2. When we get our save point to go into part 3, I will wrap up the stream there for about half an hour to an hour and then come back to finish the case the trial once and for all. That world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial isn't over yet, that's what it means. What?
Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern and took out a dagger I got from the storeroom and... Strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over.
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. You can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence.
No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call a final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Very well, but first we'll take a recess. We have to wait a bit for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Trite, I've got something to say to you, so listens up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
It's okay, Iris. You're safe from your sister, at least. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day. We didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they'd already switched places and Iris was inside the cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the Sacred Cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any of the love from our father either. Yeah, but it was the same for you, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. You talking about that kidnapping from 11 years ago? Or the fake kidnapping? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... And that was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But things don't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder, Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Junison, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I got a call. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got there on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. You can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed so much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple and on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff that was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the she-sword. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do that. I can't say who did it. I see. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh? Then that something's going to be real important, so we need to get through this case. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix. Mia. How is Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she learned who Elise really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya is stronger than you think. I know she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer? Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that, just maybe, I know who it is. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to the Hazakura Temple side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means that they were stuck on the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't the Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. Except when it lets me save, I'll be wrapping up and then doing the rest in like an hour or so. And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. All by myself. So yes, it's annoying, but so literally time is against me. But I will finish this today. So I'm going to go get this cooked dinner that my mother had already started work on without really like informing me, because you know, like life bees like that sometime. And when we come back, we will do the final 4 testimonies of this trial to see the very end of it and get who the real killer is. Every single piece of evidence to who the real killer is already there. So for the next hour or so, if you don't actually know who it is already, like if you haven't experienced it yourself, think about it. Because it's when you realise who it is and it all starts to click together, it does kind of go, oh. Anyway, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Thank you so much for watching as always. You guys will take care now. And then I'll be back soon.